Hello, hello, hello. Here we are, back again for more chaos. Good evening, Jolly Deer. I think I said that correct. Hello, Serene Days. Hello, Celeste. Yep, back for more chaos. Alright. Oh, I should probably boot up the game, shouldn't I? Hang on. A little less prepared this afternoon than usual. Love the thumbnail. Yeah, I seem to have a bad habit of forgetting to make thumbnails for these streams. So that's usually what I end up doing for the hour leading up to it. And so that's what I've been doing the past hour, is scrambling to think of something silly to put on there. Here we go. Alright, so today is a Chapter 3 day. Let me go ahead and move this over to the game, because I want to get this started. Now, I do have something that I want to admit. So, unlike the other previous weeks, I didn't exactly hold myself back from working on Narende Village leading up to this stream. And so the village is done. So we don't need to worry about that. However, I'm still a broke-ass bitch. And so I'm not going to be able to make use of a lot of things still. However, big thing, I was able to buy us a better axe for our psychopath here. And so she should be doing some pretty decent damage if she can crit. But isn't that the hope anyways? Okay, so I need to remember what exactly my plan was this week. So we have to wrap up the rest of the Chapter 3 story, which is the Fire Temple and Chagmar. Kill those. And then there's the Behemoth and Grand Ship. And then there's... Wait, we beat Kata. So we have Kami, Izumi, and Kikyo left in terms of Black Blades. Okay. That's not a bad plan for this stream. I think we should start with that. I have no idea how long Kikyo and Kami Izumi are going to take.
No, his parents were.
Oh right, we hadn't even finished. Oh right, we hadn't even finished this. We went and fought Kata.
Protecting my husband.
Oh, okay. So, we also have to do the whole moving Egil around story. Forgot about that too. She's such an adorable psycho. Yes, she is. I just hope that she can contribute to a fight a little bit better.
Egil.
Yeah, we have to do the fire crystal. And I'm trying to think. Chalgmar shouldn't be that big of a problem for this team.
I'll leave Egil in your capable hands.
Because we can implant weaknesses, which actually I think Chalgmar has a lightning weakness, doesn't he? So that shouldn't be that big of a deal. As a person, a drug dealer and capitalist, his is still strict. So last week we were able to grab, as kind of a refresh. So last week we grabbed Salve Maker and Performer, and that seems to be what we're leaning towards for Idia, is having her be Salve Maker Performer. So we've got Drug Dealer Idia all set up. Capitalist Ring a Bell, so he's job level 9 on Merchant. And unfortunately, we have a long time, probably at least another week or so before we get Dark Knight. And so I haven't figured out what I want to do with Ring a Bell in the meantime. I could put him on something else just to get some damage buffs. Maybe like Pirate for physical attack 20% up. But right now, Ring a Bell's kind of in a weird limbo state where I want him on Merchant because that's what we're going to be doing with him. We haven't gotten his Dark Knight yet, so we can't work on the other part of his role. And then, yeah, Agnes is still all aggressive jobs. She's almost level 10 on Pirate. We might have to move her over somewhere else. Or we just keep her on Pirate until we get Ninja. That could work. And then we work on Ninja with her. Because that, I mean, dual wield is going to be valuable. We want dual wield, for sure. And then, yeah, so Tiz is kind of in a weird spot. I had a theory at the beginning of last week. What we would do with Tiz is making him the Spirit Master Red Mage. As kind of like our main support and BP battery. But the way I was intending to make that strategy work was, in a weird way, very cruel to the other party members, and I don't think it really fits him as the team's straight man. But I think it's also still funny, and I kind of want to keep that on the back burner. But Tiz is still kind of up in the air. We still don't really know what we want to do with him yet. I'm still willing to hear his suggestions. Right now he's on Black Mage just so he can get he can make progress towards the group cast all. Because that'll be very important. And I don't know what else we're gonna do with him just yet. I mean, okay. To be perfectly honest here, what Tiz is doesn't really matter all that much right now. Oh, there it is. Fatal Hairpin. There we go. Because we don't really need much else other than big stompy axe and the blessed shields. We haven't really run into a scenario where we've needed more than that. So, do I need to buy anything here? No. Wait, hang on, I grabbed a Gale Hairpin. Don't I have a second one of those now? No, I have a new one. An ornament that raises its allies' first strike rate. That's actually pretty valuable for level grinding. We'll take that. Okay, so I can't get access to Kamizumi's quest until we finish this dungeon. So let's go ahead and I guess just wrap up the Fire Crystal story. We can do that pretty fast. I don't think Chalgmar is actually going to be that big of a threat. Oh, right through this little fight here. Alright, the pikemen, yuck. Anyone who was here at the end of last stream, now knows that I hate these pikemen. I hate them so much, because they don't let me have fun. Thankfully, though, I've got, pay to win with my indentured servants who gave me a nice shiny axe. And so...
I specifically told you not...
the grinder axe hopefully should be doing a lot of work. That also reminds me. I think they went down a little too easy because, yeah, I'm still in easy mode from the grinding last time. Let's put this on normal mode. You tried a new angel hair pasta. It's plant-based, so gluten-free.
Be careful.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't know how I feel about that. Gluten-free angel hair pasta. I don't know how I feel about that. I would say I'll pass. I've had, you know, we had gluten-free pick and cake, but that's different. Why am I looking through the D's journal? For some reason I thought I was in Nerende Village. I don't even need to check Nerende Village anymore. I'm done with it. Let's go ahead and turn on encounters here, actually. The mac and cheese was gluten-free too. Oh, okay. Let's turn on encounters here. I want to get some EXP. I don't want to be, well, I wouldn't say I don't want to be underleveled, but well, I'll take EXP. Hello, Funau. How are you doing? Just a bit of last stream, what happened? So we did actually a lot last stream. I was surprised how much progress we made. So we got, just to quickly run down it, we got access to Salve Maker, Performer, and Pirate, and Valkyrie. So we got 4 new jobs. Idia's working on Salve Maker and Performer. We put Tiz on Red Mage. Kata went down first try, which was actually quite a surprise. I was not expecting to beat that boss in my first attempt.
We're here. This is the place.
Though it's not like he didn't put up a fight. What else did we do at the end of last stream? There were a lot of Final Fantasy 13 discussions had. And I think that's it.
This cave is the same as the one from my...
At least that's like the back half of last stream. Like the last 40 minutes or so. Wait, do I have Dungeon Master on? I do. Yep, that works on these. Perfect. I hadn't remembered if it worked on the fire here, but it does. Perfect. Can I kill the red flan in... Yeah. Never mind. Hot take on the Final Fantasy 13 discussion. You think 13.2 is an underrated gem? Well, one, I need to turn on EXP. I don't disagree. I wouldn't say 13.2 is my favorite Final Fantasy, far from it, but I would probably say it's my favorite of that trilogy. But I'm also of the opinion that that's not a very high bar to cross. I don't hate 13 nearly as much as a lot of other people. I don't hate 13 nearly as much as a lot of other people. But it is definitely not my favorite of the Final Fantasies. I was hoping that would do a lot more damage. Ow. Maybe I can kill him with Ring a Bell? Oh, right, I only have Miscellany on him. 13... So, the coolest thing about 13.2, in my opinion, was the... Well... Yeah, no, the coolest thing about 13.2, in my opinion, was actually the fact that you could essentially capture monsters and use them in your party. I thought that was really cool, because in Final Fantasy 13-3 especially, I was not a big fan of just it being lightning as your party member. Not because I don't like lightning, but just I thought the combat system didn't really compensate very much for that. In Final Fantasy 13-1, I liked the 3 party members. However, the paradigm shift system, while my father, who also played Final Fantasy 13, is a big fan of the paradigm shift system, I was not as big of a fan of it, and I preferred the whole monster capturing thing. Hey, Zager, hopefully I'm saying that correct. How are things going? So far, so good. We just got into the Fire Temple's, the Underflow, the dungeon for the Fire Temple. Nothing to... Why did I clear the silence? I'm not a white mage. I don't need this. I'm thinking about Final Fantasy 13 too, and the silly little rollerblade monster I had as my buddy, and not playing Bravely Default. Saying it correctly, congratulations. The only one of the few ones to say it correctly. Well, thank my many years of being a Kingdom Hearts fan, anytime I see the letter X as the first letter in a name, I always go with Z sounding, because that is just how it is in Kingdom Hearts. Because I got in trouble from one of my classmates at school many years back. His name was Xavier, and I always pronounced it as Xavier, and I had to get corrected many times because it was pronounced Xavier, and I was like, sorry, Kingdom Hearts brain, I want to say Xavier. And so, old habits die hard. Where you got the inspiration long ago? Well, yeah, see? Hello, Kat, how are you doing? Me going up with one of my favorite Final Fantasies is almost impossible since I have so many favorites. Final Fantasy Explorers is absolutely an underrated gem. The downside is that no one plays it, even when it came out. Okay, this is gonna get me off on a bit of a side tangent here. So, whenever Final Fantasy Explorers was being marketed in Japan, I was following it. And I remember there being, so there was a big, there was a big pre-order marketing thing made for Final Fantasy Explorers in Japan. This was long before there was any confirmation of ever coming to the West. And I was so hyped for like a Monster Hunter-esque Final Fantasy game on the 3DS. And I remember following the Japanese development and looking at that pre-order stuff and seeing that you could get an Onion Knight costume if you pre-ordered the game in Japan. And so Final Fantasy III was one of my first and favorite Final Fantasies whenever I was younger, and I went ballistic because constantly watching anything about Final Fantasy Explorers, looking up ways to potentially try and get the game in Japan. I remember so many times begging my parents to order the game from Japan because I wanted the damn Onion Knight costume. And I just... core memory unlocked right there. So I know who's my favorite Organization 13 member. If we're looking at the first Organization 13, it would probably be Roxas, because I'm the basic bastard. If we're looking at the Kingdom Hearts 3 Organization 13, then probably Marluxia or Luxord. Actually, no. Zigbar. Honestly, a lot of the Kingdom Hearts 3 Organization 13 lineup is pretty good, and they're all pretty high up there on my favorite. You got the best Leviathan and best Bahamut for Explorers. I will absolutely agree on Leviathan. Bahamut is tough. There's so many good Bahamuts throughout the Final Fantasy franchise. I'm so sad that Amaterasu has not shown up in any other Final Fantasies. I was hoping that Amaterasu was going to be in Stormblood, Final Fantasy XIV. That was a fanboy hopeful prediction I had a long time ago. That didn't end up happening. But hopefully they bring back Amaterasu in some way in other Final Fantasies. You still get the Onion costume in EX. You just have to fight 10 dragons and there's like a set. Yeah, so I was able to get the Onion Knight costume in the Western version. It was just so, like, Explorers there was no guarantee that Explorers was coming to the West back whenever it was being marketed in Japan, and I was going mad because I couldn't wear the stupid Onion Knight outfit, and I wanted it so bad. And I don't know, it was a moment where I realized that in a lot of ways, especially when it came to Final Fantasy, Japan got the better end of the deal for a lot of games. And it made me a little sad. Roxas is a valid answer. Don't apologize for liking the good boy. Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I mean, okay. Roxas, Shion, and Axel are my favorite trio. The Organization 13 trio, or the Sea Salt trio, as some people say, is definitely my favorite trio of Kingdom Hearts 3. All of Kingdom Hearts. And so. Again, all of the organization members are very high up on my list for favorite Kingdom Hearts characters. So, they're all actually. No. I would say I like Larsheen. I was thinking about it. I was like, do I really like Larsheen? I like her Union Cross version, but that's not really the same character. But yeah, Larsheen is enough of a loser. Oh, loser is not really the right word. Enough of a... Yeah, no, she's enough of a bitch to really make me like her a lot. She makes any scene that she's in a lot more dynamic, because you don't know who she's going to screw over. And I think that's pretty funny. Okay, Tiz, this is your one chance to actually do damage. Ooh. Ooh. Well, Idia is a pacifist right now, so she can't attack. So I guess we just have to sit here and wait this out. Larsheen is super toxic, absolutely. Okay, that heals a lot more than I thought it would. That's okay. That worked a lot better than I thought it would. Man, now I want to play Explorers. I don't even think you can... Actually, no. Because it was like, okay, you can't really play the online version of Explorers anymore because of the fact that 3DS... Well, no, the eShop went down, but I don't think... Did online for the 3DS go down? I know the eShop died. And Street Pass is gone, but I don't think Street Pass had anything to do with Explorers. I'm curious. Could I guess I can technically mod or emulate Explorers and play it online that way. You want to play the 13 trilogy at some point? That'd be interesting to watch. It would definitely be an interesting watch. From a viewer perspective. It would be a lot of me being like, man, Final Fantasy 13-1? Not a bad experience. I'm actually kind of having a little bit of fun. 13-2? Not bad too. Please don't make me play 13-3. Please don't make me play 13-3. Oh, I'm dreading that. Please don't make ah! Hey, why is the Psycho dead? I don't want her to die. Thankfully I have the Sage Staff. Don't make me play 13-3. Ay! Bastards. "13-3 is an acid trip of a game." Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, a bad acid trip, but to be honest, I think any acid trip is pretty rough. Then again, I've never been on an acid trip, so I am not the right person to answer that question. Or make that assertion. Why did things slow down? There we go. Hoping one day it gets a remaster or something for Final Fantasy Explorers. Yeah, it's a I wouldn't say Explorers is a very amazing game, but it was a game that I was not expecting the Final Fantasy job system to really work super well in like a Monster Hunter setting. So I was surprised how well it actually translated, especially since the only Monster Hunter that I ever really vibed with was 4 Ultimate on the 3DS. And so Explorers actually being a pretty good supplement to that was a surprising thing for me. Never been on an acid trip, but I have hallucinated before, and it wasn't fun. I bet. Had drug-induced hallucinations for medical procedures. It's the closest experience I've ever... Well, then you guys definitely have a better resume for assessing whether or not 13-3 is an acid trip. So I will follow your lead on that. And I will just agree with whatever you guys decide to come out with. Because while I do like doing a lot of field testing on some of my own opinions, that is, I think, something I'll pass on. I think I'll pass on doing that testing. I said this before last week, but Final Fantasy is in a very interesting position for me. It's a franchise that houses simultaneously... It's a vast franchise, and it houses simultaneously some of my favorite games ever made, and also some of my least favorite games ever made, and I think that is really funny. Because I wouldn't say that it's impressive, but I would say it's really funny. Because there's so much variety to the types of games you find in that franchise, and I can definitely tell whenever the developers themselves were on acid thinking about some of the ideas they had. And those either make up some of the best games in the franchise and also some of the worst. And I think 13-3 is an example of the worst. I explained to my friends about how Kaius wanted to kill time literally and they didn't believe me. Yeah. But also, to be fair, that plan is pretty normal compared to a lot of other Square Enix stuff. And so if you put Kaius's plan next to, I would say, half of the other mainline Final Fantasies, all of a sudden, his plan looks pretty feasible and pretty normal. Oh, right, this guy's a counter. God damn it. X-Step, yeah. Evil Tree. I love X-Death. He's so much fun. Most toxic fanboys, fangirls out there, like, not allowed to really enjoy Final Fantasy VII. So, I've already made my opinions on the original Final Fantasy VII stated, which is I get crucified for my opinions, because it is not my favorite franchise in the world. However, franchise. I like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Crisis Core. Just the original Final Fantasy VII is, I would say, kind of middle of the road. I have many other friends who really, really like it, and I have some friends who really, really don't like it, and I'm kind of in the middle. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII is unfortunately in a weird limbo, regardless of what Final Fantasy VII we're talking about, where regardless of your opinions on Final Fantasy VII as a whole, there will be a group of people who really hate you for that opinion, and then there's a group of people who will praise the ground you walk on for that opinion. And there's really no middle ground. There's really no middle ground, and it's really unfortunate because Final Fantasy VII is a good game, and it has a lot of really, really like cool ideas. However, it just kind of gets a bad rap in a lot of ways for its community. And again, while I'm not the biggest #1 Final Fantasy VII fanboy, I do kind of feel bad for people who simultaneously like it or dislike it, because no one is going to ever agree on an opinion for that game, and that sucks. Also, this sucks too. I don't like that these guys blinded me. I'm kind of tempted to run, but hopefully Ring a Bell can clutch up and we can kill these guys right now. Yeah, okay. Thinking on Final Fantasy villain like plans, Ultimecia is like high up there on the what the hell is going on kind of plan. Now, I think it is a very, very cool plan. However, it is very much a, if you were 10 playing this game, you lost the plot halfway through Disc 2. I know this because that was me. I didn't understand what the hell was going on at Final Fantasy VIII until I played it again back during the COVID lockdown. And I was like, oh, that's what's going on. Oh, okay. 13.2 I could follow, partially, whenever I first played it. FF8 took me a second playthrough to actually understand what the hell was going on. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that was mostly the fact that I was like 10 or 11 when I first tried to play that game, and I was like, I don't have no idea what's going on. I'm in my 30s, and I still don't fully understand what's going on in 8. I don't blame you. I genuinely don't. Final Fantasy VIII is a very, very silly game. That, personally speaking, kind of got screwed over by its English translation. Because I've looked at sources and whatnot that talk about the original Japanese translation for the game, and apparently it's a lot... I wouldn't say it's a lot easier to understand, but it's presented slightly better in the Japanese script, and we just got stuck with translators who had to figure out a way to make time compression make sense in a... Oh, right, this guy's countered. We got stuck with translators who had to do their best to try and make time compression make any sort of sense in the English language, because they had to translate some very weird things from Japanese to English, and it just didn't translate super well. Now, I wouldn't say that it is their fault. I would say that is the developers probably losing a little bit of the plot midway through the production of the game. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. But also, translation work just not being the greatest back in the late 90s. So, it's a mix of a lot of unfortunate things. I still really like 8's plot, though. I actually do like 8 more than Final Fantasy VII, mostly because I enjoy the cast of Final Fantasy VIII more, which is something that is fixed in the 7 Remake, because I will go out of my way to praise 7 Remake. I really, really like that game because it did the one thing that I really, really wanted Final Fantasy VII to do, which was make me like the main cast that isn't Cloud. I didn't really like Barrett or Tifa or Aerith or Red 13 or any of the main cast of Final Fantasy VII a lot whenever I first played the original, but the remake really, really improved those characters for me personally, especially Barrett. I was not expecting to finish the 7 remake games with saying that Barrett was my favorite Final Fantasy character in that game. That was a surprise to me, and Barrett is easily one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy now because of the remake. And that was not a sentence I thought I would say whenever I first played the original FF7, because he doesn't really do a lot. And they really improved him. I love Barrett in the remake. 10 is a damn good game, absolutely. 10's plot is very, very, very good. And the world of Spira, I would say, is probably one of the better. It's more fleshed out than a lot of other Final Fantasy worlds. And for that, I give a lot of praise to, because I am a lore junkie and I love learning about and studying lore of worlds, fantasy worlds and whatnot, which is a big reason why Ivalice from like Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story and 12 is a big deal for me. Love Ivalice. What Final Fantasy games would you recommend for Bravely Default enjoyers? Maybe watch 1,000 hours of Bravely Default, never played any other Final Fantasy games. The immediate answer I give you is Final Fantasy V. So, Final Fantasy V has a job system, similar to Bravely Default. It focuses on crystals. The plot itself of Final Fantasy V is fairly tame. It's more lighthearted than a lot of other Final Fantasies. I would suggest you play the Pixel Remaster version of Final Fantasy V, mainly because that version of the game, it doesn't actually matter what console you play it on now. You can play it on PC, you can play it on Switch, PlayStation. It doesn't matter which one. Because the Pixel Remaster gives you the ability to adjust how much EXP and job points and skill you make in the game. So if you aren't a big fan of level grinding, which I'll let this play on, by the way.
I've seen this place before.
So the big thing about Final Fantasy V is you can adjust the EXP, JP, gil you get if you're playing the Pixel Remaster version, and that's a big deal because Final Fantasy V has a bit of a reputation for having an egregious amount of grinding tied to it. And while that is absolutely the case in any other version of the game, Pixel Remaster, you can speed that up. But it is very similar to Bravely Default, where it's all about mixing and matching jobs. You can really tune the difficulty of the game depending on what builds you run. And you can snap the game in half if you know what you're doing, or it could be an absolute nightmare if you want to run 4 white mages for some reason. I haven't done that before, totally not. The last level of Red Mage. Hey, 999 JP to get a dual cast, absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. Yeah, Final Fantasy V does have the bad guy transforming into a split. It's very funny. Final Fantasy V does have a little bit of a more lighthearted story. It focuses a lot more on the characters than the actual overarching world. It's much more character focused. And the cast of Final Fantasy V is unironically really good. Especially if it's sandwiched between Final Fantasy 4 and 6. The cast of Final Fantasy V is pretty underrated in my opinion. Even if the game itself is not as serious of a narrative as some of the other Final Fantasies. Also, Anius would definitely not do this in our canon. The only reason why she's doing this is to not look like the victim here. If she's gonna let Tiz die, she's gonna kill him herself. Another Final Fantasy I would recommend for someone who has played Bravely Default but not Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 1, because it's very, very simple game, has jobs. However, you can't change jobs in Final Fantasy 1. You pick them at the very beginning of the game, and then you're stuck with them.
I cannot believe you would do such a
Final Fantasy
crazy
2
thing.
is not a bad idea either.
You can thank your lucky stars you survived.
However,
One wrong step, and
if
you
we're looking
won't
at like specifically job-based Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy V is number 1. I would then say Final Fantasy 1 for maybe a shorter experience. Same thing with Final Fantasy 3. It's a shorter experience, has jobs. But if you want to get a little bit more ambitious, if you want to move away from turn-based combat but you want to keep jobs, I would say Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac Age. It has job systems. However, the combat is not turn-based. But that might be a little bit more ambitious. 12 is a lot more story-driven, and it kind of feels like a single-player MMO. But it's still very focused on combat and prepping, because essentially in Final Fantasy 12, you code your own party members. It also has the leading man, of course. That's the greatest protagonist in Final Fantasy history. But Final Fantasy 12 promotes a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Final Fantasy 12 rewards you for really, really understanding its mechanics, and that's something that Bravely Default does as well. And you can essentially let the game play itself if you're really, really good at 12 and you really understand everything that you want to do, and how things play out in Final Fantasy XII's combat system, and you can essentially let the game play itself. You code your party members to basically, if party member doesn't have haste, cast haste. If they don't, cast slow on enemy, and you can essentially make it to where you permanently have haste on, the enemy permanently has slow. I'm not going to that hate. You can make it to where if target's HP is below 0%, cast death, and if it's above 0%, cast death, so you can just instant kill things whenever you're just walk by them. It's pretty funny. There's some really silly things you can do in Final Fantasy XII. Is it necessary to play from Final Fantasy 1? No, it is not necessary. Almost every single Final Fantasy game is a standalone story. The easiest way to determine it is if a Final Fantasy has a different number from another one, they are not connected. So Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2 are not connected to each other. Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 15 are not connected to each other. However, Final Fantasy 13 has Final Fantasy 13-2 and Final Fantasy 13-3. Those are connected to each other because they share the main title. So you can jump around. You can play Final Fantasy 6 first, and then jump to Final Fantasy 15, and then you can jump from 15 to 5. You can kind of just go all around. There are some rare exceptions. The example being given in chat is Final Fantasy Tactics. That is very loosely tied to Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy XII being connected to Final Fantasy Tactics, but not in a way where you need to play one of them to understand the other. You can play Final Fantasy Tactics not knowing 12 is a thing, because that's how it was when it released, and vice versa. You can play 12 not knowing Tactics is the thing. They are connected. They are in the same world, same country, roughly, but they're so far apart that you won't ever really see a major connection. Playthrough 1 through 16 still didn't get the whole play. Yeah, if Final Fantasy 1 through 16 actually had a cohesive narrative, they did a really crappy job. I kind of lost the plot around Final Fantasy 7, maybe the Fabula Nova Crystallis stuff. Kind of lost the plot around there. I don't know. There were some weird things with Fal'Cie, and then some weird espers. I don't get it anymore. Honestly, I think they probably should have just made them all different games, to be honest. Anyone else named Squall and 8 Leon because they played Kingdom Hearts first? Every single person that I have talked to who's played Final Fantasy, who's played Kingdom Hearts first, is in your exact position. I do not know a single person who didn't just change his name to Leon when playing through Final Fantasy VIII, if they played Kingdom Hearts first. I was not that way. which it made me really annoyed whenever I first was talking to people who played Kingdom Hearts first. Because I was like, why are you calling him Leon? His name's not Leon, his name's Squall. And in hindsight, in my personal opinion, Leon is a much cooler name. Let's get that out of the way here. I will admit that. I think Leon is a much cooler name. But, I will still die on the hill that, well, no, I'm not gonna say that. Also, Leon technically is still in Squall's name. It's just part of his last name, Squall Leonhart, but who's really keeping track? Can I go back here yet? No, it's a boulder, right? No, boulder's gone. The Fabula Nova Crystal stuff is not that confusing. No, it is not. So, in a blanket, I don't know, that is the wrong term. Overall, Fabula Nova Crystallis, which for anyone who doesn't know, that is a big mythos that spanned the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy, Final Fantasy Versus 13, and Type 0, Final Fantasy Type 0. They were all supposed to be very loosely connected under one mythos, and it was supposed to be this big thing that Square Enix did in the early 2000s. It was a big movement, and essentially it was supposed to be a way for developers to have pre-established lore to work with when making their own games, without making them all unique things. And the unfortunate thing was that not only did development troubles plague the Fabula Nova Crystallis movement, but also the biggest problem with the games under that banner was that none of the games did a very good job explaining the mythos. Like, Final Fantasy XIII throws you into a world where there are a lot of terms. Like, l'Cie, fallacy, cocoon, focus, pulse, all of that stuff. And it takes so long for a lot of it to be fully explained, like, especially the whole focus gimmick. And for me personally, that was a big turnoff, because I went through a big chunk of that game not understanding what was going on. All the characters were, rightfully so, in their own universe. They all understood what all these terms meant, but there was not the standard NPC guy saying, "Hey, here's what all these terms mean," for the slow people in the audience, like me. And unfortunately, that was a lot of people, and I just felt like they approached what was a really cool concept, which was the Fabula Nova Crystallis whole mythos. I thought that was a really, really cool idea, and it actually is a very, very cool mythos that, I wouldn't be against them trying to bring back at some point. But I felt like there was just a lot of unfortunate development problems with that whole mythos that just really screwed things over. 13 does explain fallacy and l'Cie and all of that pretty early on. However, I don't read. Well, that's a lie. I don't read until it's necessary. And unfortunately, that was a big chunk of people. It was a big chunk of people. I finished Final Fantasy XIII understanding what was going on, and it made me surprised whenever people didn't know what was going on. Final Fantasy XIII is very important to read, and again, the mythos is very cool, and it does work in the context of the games. They just didn't make the little tutorial guy that a lot of people really need, because come on, we all know no one reads. We all know no one reads. If people read, then there would be a lot less complaints about a lot of other RPGs, or there'd be a lot more people playing these games. There we go. Okay, well, we got Zager on board. He can read. And that's why, 13 doesn't bother you. And that's why it worked for me, because I actually finally decided to sit down and read it. But unfortunately, people underestimate the attention spans of the average gamer, and unfortunately, the Fabula Nova Crystal stuff really paid for that, and that's really unfortunate. Okay, I already saved. So I'm very much a lore junkie when it comes to RPG worlds, especially Ivalice or I mean, obviously Lux and Dark. I had to look into it a lot. The world of the Trails games is a lot of fun too, though that is a rabbit hole I have looked into a few times and I've had to claw my way out of because if I tried to play any more than maybe one of those games, I would not be able to leave. I've tried to hold myself back from getting into that franchise because I know that is a rabbit hole I do not want to stay in. Okay, real fast, I don't think there's anything too important that I need to do for Chowgmar. He does the big blast. I need to swap it to hard mode. I think, honestly, I just go in here and we figure out what I need to do. There we go. Okay. Let's try this first. I hope they eventually try to do the Fabula Nova Crystal stuff again. Just hopefully they, well, actually, the way Kingdom Hearts 4 is panning out, we might actually get a new one. It looks like it's essentially versus 13. Chowgmar crushed you on hard mode? Well, hopefully Anyas can land some crits, some very, very nice crits, and we can kill him in one cycle.
The mark of doom.
But
I had a feeling
knowing my luck,
We can't be.
we're gonna be here for a while.
I'm afraid not.
So,
Let's go, Anyas!
okay. Oh, I didn't prep my special moves. Oh, okay. Well, this will be fine, hopefully. All right, I'm gonna real quick confirm my suspicions. I need to remember. I think this man is weak to lightning. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. I haven't lost my touch yet. I haven't lost my touch yet. Okay. What do I do here? He's gonna do one more attack, I think. And then he explodes. Ow. Who do I want to sacrifice in order to buff up Medea? I'll sacrifice Ring-a-Bell, I think. Oh, we did Heartstock. Never mind. Now I think he's gonna explode. Oh, wait, no. He doesn't do that until he wants to transform back, I think. Ooh, I don't have sword magic on either. Man, I am not prepared at all. Okay, well, I guess we just do some special moves then. Let's cast Lux so we can get some buffs on. I don't remember if I have any buffs, proper buffs on. Okay, I'm not nearly as prepared as I wanted to be. Crit rates, physical attack. Let's do Megiddo Flame. Okay, let's just get a bunch of special move buffs on. So this is mostly just to gauge how much damage we're gonna be able to do. That did a lot more than I thought. Holy crap.
Forgive me.
And then we're gonna do Grand Strike. Honestly, I think this might do max damage. No, it didn't. Wow, okay. And then we do Infinity. This should give us more hit count and crit rate. Okay, that's probably the highest damage that Tiz has done so far in this game.
You're fine.
And then this, I don't remember what buffs I put on for this. Is it just defense? Plan B. Oh. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. All right. Yeah, time for plan B. Okay, so first things first. give me Spell Fencer. Thank you. And then, crap. Okay, plan B is that we're going to do the exact same thing again, expecting different results. That is what we're going to do this time. But first, I'm going to grab... Is Lubu Spears worth it? I think Lubu Spears is worth it, just so we have extra damage. I don't think anything else is going to be too valuable. Yeah. I'm going to grab this, just to put on Ring a Bell, just so we have extra damage. Valkyrie Jump Spam? I wish I could do that right now. Actually, I technically could. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the exact same thing again, except this time I'm going to make sure my special moves are actually set properly. So... Oh, I put physical attack up for looks. Okay. What did I put for... I don't have anything for Make It Out Flame. Alright. He is a demon. So we're gonna put that on. Lux... Wait, no. We need Idea, Lux. We don't need the physical attack up. So let's do crit rate up for Lux. And then Tiz, he's gonna be doing Infinity. We want Demon Slaying. And then Anyas, we want Gigaton Swing to be Demon Slaying. And Lightning. No, she only has Grand Strike. So we need to do Demon Slaying for that. And the idea here is that we're just going to chuck all of our special moves again at the boss. But this time I'm going to add in extra moves alongside it. And maybe we can do the 50,000 damage required to actually kill it.
A creature
now,
lurks at...
I don't want to use any buffs. So, hopefully we can just kill this guy in one turn. If we can't, that's okay. But I won't be happy about it if we can't. So, Idia will need to just keep everyone alive. Then we need to use a turn to increase our crit rate even higher from Ring a Bell. First things first, we're gonna use this turn, give Thundara Sword Magic. Default here. Actually, no, we'll use Tiz's turn to heal people, I think. Wait, no, there's no way he's not faster than Chowgmar, so that's kind of just a waste. And then we can use this turn. Would Anyas eat Aerie if she's hungry enough? I think if she's hungry enough. What's the term? Emergency food? Yeah, she's emergency food. Okay, heart suck. That sucks. Haha. That's not ideal. What we're gonna do is we're gonna use this to heal. I mean, to be perfectly honest, what else could I do with her? I guess I could Love Power just to increase the potency of the... Actually, no. No. There we go. I want her to be able to act next turn. Wait, no. I have to do this now. Okay. Well, then we're just going to do... We're going to heal, and then we're going to cast Love Power, and then we're going to cast Lux. And then Ring a Bell... We are going to do a Angel Investment onto Anyas twice, because she needs the crit rate more than he does. Oh, please! Oh, god damn it. I was really hoping that no one would die here. Okay, but it's good to know that Idia is slower than Chowgmar. Well, then we need to get Ring a Bell up and then heal him. Please lower your shield. Thank you. Grand Strike into double damage. Infinity into Thundara, I guess. Idia can default. And then Megiddo Flame into Angel Investment into double damage, I guess? Oh, Anies went first, of course. Of course he did. Of course he did. Okay, there's our first... Actually, no, that technically isn't our first max damage because... Oh, there we go. I like to see that damage. Ah, this reminds me, I need to go get the limit breaker. I haven't gotten that yet. Eh! Just kill him in one turn. That's all we need to do. That's all we need to do. Just kill him in one turn. Explosion who? Yeah. Perfect. Man. Oh, that's right, yeah. Ring Bell did do max damage with Megiddo. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, time to get ready for... Yeah, first try, no problem.
We've no time to pat
All right.
You get changed on.
Time for my favorite part of all of the of this entire game. Mashing X.
We're ready to go. Let us begin.
Here we go.
Are you blushing?
Of course not.
Boys, stop talking. I need to
No need
prepare.
to be
I need to
shy.
sit up for this. All right.
Hey, no reason.
Bruce
Come on,
Wayne, be
let's
quiet.
hurry this up.
I gotta focus. I'm glad I'm using my Joy-Con right now because if anything is gonna get destroyed, I'd rather it be this.
Not yet. Just a little longer.
I'm okay with my Joy-Cons getting destroyed.
More. Keep going.
It's weird that the crystal doesn't have a different sound effect during that segment right there. And then it like goes quiet for some reason there.
Stop. That's it.
No.
I said stop.
No!
No. It's too much. It's going to break.
Don't force me out of it, you bitch! No! Don't force me out of the cutscene! No! Okay, well, whatever.
The right worked. The fire crystal is awakened. Well done, Anya.
One of these days it'll work. One of these days. Okay, here's actually the most important part of this. We have an extra slot. And I think we just... Ooh. I don't actually have a lot of options. I guess I do speed 10% up. Oh, that's definitely not a Bay Wind. I will not need that. No patience for the fairy. Yeah, neither do I. I guess we just keep boosting our speed. I don't really have much else. Support amp is actually quite valuable here, actually. Auto potion might not be a bad idea, but man, if we could eat Aerie, I wonder what she. Okay, I wonder what she would taste like. I'm thinking about it. Probably chicken, but I think that's the boring answer. Speculate's not valuable here. I think we do, like, magic armor? Maybe? No, because he's not going to use sword magic. I think he's just down with passive right now. Would she taste like... I feel like the first thing that came to my head when I was like, well, how would a fairy taste? The first thing I thought of was shrimp. It's like chicken with a hint of revenge. Honestly, that doesn't sound that bad. Got a bomb arm for that. I mean, that makes sense. I've been getting elemental themed items for the crystals, and now we just need to get the earth crystal, and that'll get me an earth mallet. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now let's skedaddle, because the next thing I have to do is I have to do the... I do the whole little Eggiel goes to Caldisla and hangs out with Xemnas. I was gonna call him Man-Sex, but not a lot of people understand that reference. But you know, he can go hang out with Xemnas. I feel like the wings would be either powdery or crispy. I would feel like probably crispy. Actually, they would probably kind of like break under, 'Cause they're very thin.
What
They're like
is it,
they're
Agar?
like transparent and thin. I feel like they would just kind of crack off. Yeah, they might be deep fried. Maybe if you can like bread them up, put them in breading. It could be eating a cricket. It'd probably sound like it. Put it on a skewer, deep fryer. Stunning amount of yaoi that existed in the early 2000s ship Xemnas with Sax. So my favorite part about, not about the yaoi, my favorite part about the whole Xemnas into Mansex thing is because that made me laugh so hard when I first realized that you could rearrange Xemnas' name into Mansex, which is what I was referencing there earlier for people who aren't aware. I thought the person who came up with that, which I actually don't know who came up with that, but I thought the person who came up with that was a flipping genius. I was like, that is my 12-year-old brain thought that was the funniest thing on the planet whenever I first heard that. I think it was like 11 or 12 when I heard that. I thought it was the funniest thing on the planet. And I've kept it in my back pocket because it's one of my favorite references. Oh, we can do Kamiyazumi now. We do Kamiyazumi now. But actually, hang on, I gotta do the Way of the Sword stuff for achievements, right? Oh, how do I start that again? I think I just kill him here normally. Right? Yeah, I think I just kill him here normally. I don't think I actually have to do... Hang on. I've got my old notes. Let me check. I don't think there's anything too crazy, right? Yeah. I just kill him normally. Yeah, I don't actually have to start worrying about Way of the Sword until Chapter 5. Thank you, past me, for taking extensive notes over this topic. And that I can easily grab. Because it's just a Google Doc that I have in my folder here on my other monitor. Just pull that up real fast. Yeah, thank you, past me, from nearly 3 years ago, from taking those notes. You did a swell job most of the time. Did I answer your question about Victoria and Victor? Was that from last stream, or was that earlier today? Because if it was earlier today, then probably not. If it was last week, talking about, like, my favorite of the two, like, if they were my favorite, so the Council 6, I think I answered that. Actually, hang on. Now that I'm thinking about things I didn't do last week, did I buy magic here? Technically, yes. But I need to get all of these. If it was about my opinions on them, Zager, I think I answered that last week. But if it was something this week, then I don't think I've seen it. I think I was too busy thinking about killing the spiked jelly. Which, that reminds me, I don't have a plan for Kamiyazumi. I think I just go in and say screw it, and I just go in. I don't think I'm gonna worry about trying to do this normally. Here's while we were discussing Mansex. Okay, hang on one second. Are we killing Victor or Victoria first? Probably Victoria, just because I like Victor's performance. Whenever you kill Victoria first. So we'll probably kill Victor first. Also, he's the bigger threat of the two. You can completely shut out Victoria in that fight by just equipping Dark Resistance gear. You can completely shut her out. She's completely worthless. So I'll probably, just from a strategy standpoint, it makes sense to take down Victoria first. What a wild statement that is. We were discussing what we were... Probably brought up the question while we were talking about Mansex. You know, that is the average live stream conversation. What are the kids talking about nowadays in your average YouTube or Twitch streams. Is it about man sex? Oh, hey, Trashy DDD. Nice. You popped in at a very interesting time. Don't worry about our conversations we've been having. Actually, I want to check. I want to keep this going. I heal. Yeah. Ah. Oh, right. These bastards. And I don't have my thing on. Alright, well. Seem to have a knack for that. Well, you know, not everyone's superpower is made equal. My superpower is having incredibly horrible luck on video games. So, which is sometimes it's sometimes a blessing, but other times you get this, and I get really annoyed. Oh yeah. How do I recover this? Do I just heal and hope for the best, or I guess I just do that? It's a rational discussion about Final Fantasy. Yeah. Rational is definitely a word for it. I have gone on so many tangents about that franchise over the many years that I've been enjoying it, that it all just starts to kind of blend into... It all just kind of starts to blend whenever you've talked about your opinions on that franchise long enough. Especially me, who I talk to myself all the time, whether it's for projects like this or just in general. I usually just start talking to myself a lot, and so I usually end up going over the same points constantly. I get pretty tired of going over that. I have probably talked about my obsession with Ivalice, I would say like 20 times with myself over the past like 7 weeks, 7-8 weeks. I'm just weird. Don't know why I streamed this game to my friends. Well, if that is a very good way to make use of that ability, is streaming. If you find yourself talking to yourself a lot, especially when no one is around, congratulations. You are about, I would say, maybe a third of the way there to being like a pretty decent content creator and or public speaker. Because that was something that that really helped me whenever I was starting out making these videos. So a little bit of lore. Not only have I talked to myself a lot all my life, but I took a lot of extracurricular activities in classes whenever I was in whenever I was in school, especially middle school. Things like youth and government and entrepreneurship, especially in high school, that really promoted public speaking, and that that experience is a very big boon when trying to talk to yourself for what is roughly over an hour-long session about a video game that, thankfully, I have a lot to talk about. But I need to keep things moving. And thankfully, I had at least a little bit of experience doing that, both in my own personal life and in the activities that I was a part of when I was younger. And that definitely softened the transition, because I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of content creators, and I know a lot of my personal friends who are like, I want to make YouTube videos. I want to do this and that and this and that for content. Or, you know, I want to make a video essay, or I want to, you know, let's play my favorite Resident Evil. And they try it, and they play the game, but then they're just silent, or they mumble to themselves the entire video. And it just doesn't really make for a good experience. Well, yeah, the occasional time where they do speak up and have reactions is good, but in general, if they don't really have great commentary, and they don't have anything else to supplement that, because there are a lot of amazing channels that do playthroughs and whatnot that don't have commentary. In fact, that's actually the way I prefer watching playthroughs of video games, is ones without commentary. If it has commentary, I'd like it to be informative. But most of the time, I don't even watch playthroughs with commentary because most of the time it just isn't engaging. A good example of commentary that isn't super informative but is still really, really entertaining is like the old Five Nights at Freddy's Markiplier stuff. And I'm sure most of us at least know of the iconic Markiplier series for Five Nights at Freddy's. And that stuff is really entertaining because he keeps talking. He's a very, very eccentric personality over it. While, you know, pretty over the top, it's entertaining. And he just keeps going, and it, you know, keeps you active. But if you're making a 40-minute long YouTube video, even longer, about a video game that doesn't really have a lot to help in the department of, you know, keeping yourself interested, it's you've got to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And that was something that I tried to do early into my Bravely Default 1 series, but if you watch the first, like, 20 episodes of that series, and then you go and watch the last 20 episodes of that series, there is a pretty big difference, because I got a lot better at doing that. And it Bravely Default 2 and Final Fantasy VI, very, very different beasts from Bravely Default 1 in terms of how my energy feels. My first series, this is way back in I was gonna say way back, it's literally only been 2.5 years, but my Kirby series that I did not have a lot of that, mostly because I recorded those videos anywhere from between 2 to 5 in the morning, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., because that was the only time that my roommate was asleep and I could record without them interrupting. My roommate being a bird. And so, if I didn't want excessive chirping in all of my recordings, which you can still see or hear sometimes, I had to record very, very late into the night. And so I had to be very quiet, not to wake up the bird and freak them out that I was playing a silly game, and that they would drop in and decide to steal the show from me. I've been talking all this time, and I have not been formulating a plan for Kamizumi. I'm just gonna run at him. I don't really have a plan. I'm just gonna hope that this works.
I'll admit this was a reckless plan from the outset. A great battle against a power.
This is actually really weird because I was playing Marvel Rivals with my some of my friends last night, and one of them is a Doctor Strange player, and they share the same voice actor as Kamizumi. So it's kind of weird.
Of the toxic mist and the death of the fire.
Literally was just hearing you maybe 12 hours ago, my guy.
The toxic mist decimated the
best strap brute force. It worked for Childmar.
But the black
it worked for Childmar.
Escape unscathed.
Ow. Alright, sorry, buddy. I know I'm probably not going to win this first attempt, so I'm going to speed through this and just test some things. Okay, so I know Kamizumi does not start with any weakness, so we're going to need to implant one on him. And the unfortunate thing is that I don't think I have a good way of doing that. I have one insect wing, so I've got to make this count. Kamizumi is a legit and actual good dude. He's definitely on the better end of the Eternian forces. That is absolutely true. And I'm glad that he gets a good ending in the Bravely franchise as a whole. He gets a pretty good ending. He comes out of this out of the duology of stories a pretty satisfied. So I like that. Okay, so the plan here is we're going to... So what do I have that I can implant on? So I can implant lightning. I think that's probably what I'll end up doing, is woman charts. Any tips for early game money farm? I'm a broke warrior of light. In this game, depending on where you are, rule number 1, equip merchants on, I would say, at least one party member, so you give them more money passive. And then, chapter 1, so if you haven't grabbed merchant, go grab merchant. If you can't grab merchant, then probably just do a little bit of light level grinding or turn the game over to easy mode so you can beat the crap out of Profiteur. I'm gonna do Love Rush here, I think, first. Okay, he is faster. Grab Merchant, have Merchant on at least one character, and then just kind of play the game. If you want to desperately money farm for a specific thing early on, the enemies in the Latano Villa are very, very easy to kill, and drop a decent amount of money, and they all die to Thunder Magic pretty fast. And so you could do 1 Merchant, 3 Black Mages, set your auto battle to just your Black Mages casting Thunder, and just farm money that way. You want the Sweeper bonus whenever you finish fights so you get the most money, and just sweep them for a lot of quick cash. They won't give you a lot of EXP or JP for that point in the game, but you'll get a decent amount of cash. What do I think of Druggy DJ Idiot? Oh, what does Kamizumi think of Druggy DJ Idiot? I'm sure he's a little disappointed. I need to find a good spot to do Pullman Shard. So he has nothing ventured on right now. Which sucks. Actually, no it doesn't. No, we're good. Let's just do Love Rush again. I hate that I'm still slower. I guess, unironically, this is just gonna kind of come down to a gamble of whether or not I can actually land a proper hit on him. So I think I probably just gamble and hope that I land he does Squeaky Wheel instead of Nothing Ventured. But we'll see. If he does Squeaky Wheel, we win. Ow! Damn! Okay, alright, I see your opinions on Anyas there. Ow! Ow, okay, I felt that myself. Holy shit, okay, well, we have Fulmin Shard, our one, Insect Wing has been used, so we still have to do this properly. Damn! Oh, you bastard. Alright, well, at least Anyas is up. Good job, Damn! Damn! I took a sip of water and I look up and Tiz is dead. Ow! He's at -2. I just have to kind of gamble here and hope that this works. Actually, hang on. I might be able to just speedrun this. Use Tiz and then heal. I'm hurting here. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Next turn. Okay, I have to do it this turn. Otherwise, Lightning Week is gonna go away. Oh, God. That actually surprised the hell out of me. No crit! No! Ah. I shouldn't have been taking a sip of water while I was doing that. Love Rush. One more for you. Okay. We got lucky there. Oh, God. Turbo Ether. That should be enough. Ooh, don't do it. Okay. Ooh. Oh, we got the slow. Okay, so I have no idea how much health he has. I think I've done 30,000? Maybe a little more than that? I think I've done a little bit. I think I've done a little over 30,000 damage. I've not been keeping track. I just was had other priorities. Ow. Okay, so actually, hang on. Now that I'm thinking about it, do I have any valuable summons? face profile pictures I'm seeing here. I did some damage. I don't know what number, but I did damage. I could make Ring Above my guinea pig here and just hope that he also crits. Well, actually, he'll have a higher chance of critting, honestly. I need to get Agnes back in the game here pretty soon. So I think what we do is we do... yeah, do that. What do I have Tiz doing? Faulting. Okay. I'm a gambling man. I'm gonna do Angel Investment, and then I'm just gonna assume Kamizumi's gonna do Squeaky Wheel. So, ooh, okay, no, he did before Swine. Perfect. No counters. All right, that's right. He doesn't do Squeaky Wheel. He does before Swine and Nothing Ventured. He doesn't do Squeaky. That's later when he does Squeaky Wheel. I don't really have a plan now. I don't really have a good plan because I don't have any more. I don't have any more insect wings. So, oops. Kind of out of weakness hits. I guess we do Love Power. Go get it, Idia. Okay. Let's put our thinking caps on. You know what? I think Kami Izumi, he's got some deep pockets, probably. Hey man, you want to buy something? What would Kami Izumi want? What would Kami Izumi buy? See, do we think Kami Izumi's a wine guy? He would want wine. This one dates back to the Neolithic. Here, you can have some Bacchus wine. Wanna buy something? Ooh. He really did not like. He's a sake man. No wonder he took offense to that. Huh. No wonder he decided to retaliate. Okay, well, but it was worth a shot. I don't need that Stardust. Yeah, not really, honestly. I could probably try to sell him a Stardust. What we do need is we need our capitalist friend back up in the field. Hopefully, Kamizumi decides to be really kind and spend all this BP. Thank you. I was just about to say that. Oh, please don't. Okay, not the psychopath. Oh God. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Ooh. Okay. Let's just set up the Psycho to kill Kamizumi here pretty soon. Yeah. Oh, but Agnes goes first before Idia. Oh, I should have done the buffs at the end of last turn. Okay, well, that plan's kind of down the drain. Because Kamizumi might do Nothing Ventured next turn, and then I'm kind of cooked. So I kind of just have to greed here. Oh, that sucks. Alright, well, let's at least Shell Split into double damage, into attack, I guess. There might be some miracle that Idia goes before Agnes, and I might be able to get Love Rush and Love Power out, but I doubt it. Okay! Alright, never mind! Crit! Crit! No! No! You're supposed to be critting Agnes! That's what my whole strategy is built around! Come on! Why won't you die? Oh my goodness. Alright, well we have to get her back in the game. Let's use a BP drink. Let's give her a medium drug. Here's an energy drink. Get back in here.
Time to settle this.
Okay. 900 damage. Okay. Now, let's try this again. Turbo Ether into double damage. Double damage. Double damage. Let's try this again. Oh, I don't have enough for Lux. Maybe we can get a love power in? You know what? Screw it. If Ring a Bell somehow goes first... Actually, no. We'll just do Angel Investment on... No, not on Kami Izumi. He's already crit me enough. Ooh. Alright, well, I guess we'll just do regular attack. Oh, okay. We got it. We got it. No, he ran out of MP. I wasn't paying attention. Die! Die! Just die! Okay, Still don't have Lux. Hang on, I can do Rejuvenation. I have the BP up. Oh, okay, she went first. I have the BP up. There we go. Yay! Oh, and she's dead. Oh, and he's dead. Oh, okay. Well, we're not out of it yet. We're not out of it yet. We still have our item junkies here. Honestly, we might just turn there. And then I heal. Thankfully, Idia does go second in this turn order. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. I heal and then I buff. Kamizumi is still in the dirt here. Now we can beat the crap out of him. Ooh. I can only get one double damage. I am not gonna use another Turbo Ether. I'm just gonna throw Horizon and hope for the best.
Enough.
He's gotta die this turn. No way he doesn't. He's still standing. That bastard. Stop! There! See, was that so hard? Was that so hard? Just take the knee. Just take the knee. Okay. Once again, Unga Bunga strat is proven to be the strongest one so far. Maybe Kamizumi's secretly the one who gets Idia Blade. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's willing to let loose a little bit. Can bosses even be poisoned? Some can. Not a lot, but some can. You said I wouldn't get it first try. Well, you know. It's a opposite day today. So now, unfortunately, thinking on Swordmaster, I don't think this is going to be a job that's going to see a lot of attention here. Unless we end up making Tiz like a super tank, I don't think we're actually going to be seeing a lot. Actually, free lunch might be pretty valuable. So we might have it have that for that. That. It might be why he permitted Kata to exist. The OG drug dealer, Kata. Now, that is absolutely canon, 100%. There's no way he's not a drug dealer. Tiz being a tank would be funny and good. It is still, I think the two prevailing theories that we have are Spirit Master Red Mage Tiz, or Swordmaster and something else Tiz. I think those are the two main ideas we have. One of them was presented by me, and Swordmaster's just kind of been a common pick amongst people who've been throwing out ideas. So, that is one I've been kind of keeping in mind. Okay, after we talk to Commander Goodman here, we get access to the Kikyo quest, which is still probably one of my favorite quests in the entire game. I like the silly murder mystery. And then, which we'll let that play out because that'll be Ring-a-Bell actually being Batman, like greatest detective in the world. We'll let that play out. because of just how funny it is. Bruce Wayne actually doing his thing. Oh, right, no, I have to, no, I have to move Egil to Kaldisla before I can do the Kikyo quest, that's right, yeah, okay. We're just gonna skip through this. This is not all that interesting for our plot. We're just trying to get rid of a kid so he doesn't mess up our plans of mass destruction and murder. So, the reason why Anya's Tiz can do this is because Tiz is the only one who can endure Anya's brutality. Yeah, especially if we end up going with Tank Tiz. That would be it's already doesn't really seem like it's a very healthy relationship in our scenario, but that would make it even worse, which makes it even funnier. Oh, I forgot that was even there. The kunai. Neat. We've got some pretty like good symbiotic relationships going already with the team. Tiz is the outlier. We haven't really figured out Tiz yet. 4 streams in, we still haven't really figured it out. Swordmaster Templar for Rampart. Yeah, if we go the tank route, we have quite a few options. My only main reason why I've been thinking about doing Spirit Master Red Mage is so we have a BP battery and I can make myself immune to Dark for Dark Knight shenanigans. But if we decide to turn if we decide to make Batman ring a bell a little bit more single target or drain focused, we might be able to run a tank build so that he doesn't die in one hit. Ring a bell specifically. Okay, so now we go to Grand Ship and we set sail and then drop by from Murder Hobo Anyas. Welcome, Ravi. She has been putting in work. We had an interesting scrap with Kamizumi just now. And Chalgamar gave us a run for our money, but we made it work. It's been an interesting stream so far, fight-wise. And then we're gonna get to Kikyo here. Now, Kikyo, the unfortunate thing about Kikyo is that she is, without a doubt, going to be faster than me. And so I'm gonna have to find a way to live all of her hits. And that is something that terrifies me. Because Kikyo is scary. I'm scared of her. A lot. Because I was already just dying naturally to Kamizumi's just single target hits, even without him critting, and Kikyo's gonna beat my ass at 100%. Then Spearmaster Time Mage yourself covered healing with Sage Staff, Blessed Shield. Yeah, that's exactly. I have completely benched White Mage because Sage Staff and Blessed Shield is effectively 2 of the most important aspects of that job as equipment. And I don't know why I'm grabbing these anymore. I'm just gonna grab them anyways. So there's no big reason for me wanting to use White Mage. And if I have that on Spirit Master or Southmaker or both, then healing is covered and rezzing.
Welcome.
So I won't need to worry about healing all that much, and I can reliably. Oh, hey man, Sex, your body's kind of clipped into that bed there, buddy.
Okay?
No, Tiz, he's. Ooh, it's a lot more clear in this version. I think I pointed that out in my series. Is that it's funny that they just clipped it. They put his body, they put his character model at an arc whenever he's sleeping, because they didn't want to do a sleeping model for him. Finally caught a stream. Hey, Professor I was about to say Hobgoblin. Nope. You're not Professor Hobgoblin. Professor Hoglin. 77. Oh, right. Hang on. Actually, I'll just do while I'm at. I'll be at Harshchild here in a second. I'll just do when I'm there. So, like, I need to grab another Sage Staff from the merchant before I forget. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. Okay, so after this, we've got we'll deal with Kikyo, and then we've got the Behemoth. My goal for today, like my end goal for today, was hopefully we could get to Victor and Victoria and beat them. However, there might be a point in this stream where I need to sit down and actually grind a little bit of money, but hopefully I don't have to. We'll see. So grab the Sage Staff. Buy equipment. You have to depart in 25 minutes. Well, it's nice to have you around, Zager. Hopefully these next 25 minutes are productive, so you don't miss too much. Let's grab another one of these. Oh, I don't want to equip it. Man, I used so much money in that fight against Kamizumi. Yeah, I might need to farm some cash so I can at least get... I don't know. Oh, also, the Nerende Village final items, some of them were changed. Like, there's no foxtail in Nerende Village anymore. I think that was replaced with the Lordly Robes. And then also, Agnes's Bravo Bikini is available in the Nerende Village, which surprised me. So that is no longer a JP exclusive thing. You can get her version of the Bravo Bikini in the West now, too.
Hey, you guys! You came to see me!
Dude, it's been like 5 minutes. Hey, you'll chill. I think I used that joke already. Oh well. Okay. Let's just go back to Kaldisla. And then... Actually, I might have to wait on money farming until after we get near Eternia, because right in front of Eternia is the best place to grind in Chapter 4. Or just in general in this segment of the game. That's the best place to grind cash and EXP. So I might just have to wait until I'm right in front of Eternia to do that. Okay, I desperately need to get Egil over to Kaldisla. Then I gotta walk all the way back, because I don't have access to fast travel just yet. Which funnily enough, that was something I didn't even know existed until I was working on my series for this game, was that you could open up the sidebar here for whenever you have Grand Ship. You can open up the sidebar and you can just click on a location that you want to teleport to, and it's a fast travel option. You actually don't have to manually fly everywhere. And I guess whenever I was younger, I just never really ever considered that other than just being like, oh hey, these are the places I've been. I never really clicked on any of the buttons. And so, yeah, I didn't know that until I was making the series for this game. That there actually was a fast travel option. Why am I going here? I have to go talk to the king. Just fly everywhere manually? Yeah, I mean, the Grand Ship is fast enough that it doesn't really matter all that much. Also, I need to see how fast that ship is going to be with this game's dash, because
That about sums it
you
up.
can dash in the overworld, and it affects your airship speed too. So, I'm excited to see how fast I go. Meanwhile, the Temple of... Well, not Temple of Doom, that's Indiana Jones. Council of Doom. Or Legion of Doom. There we go. Figured it out.
Was willing to...
I don't watch a lot of DC stuff. Legion of Doom, not really my forte. Actually, that's a lie. I watched Teen Titans when I was younger. Good show. Good show. Okay. Now we have access to Kikyo. Super convenient for getting in and out of the ship for the end. Yeah, it is. It's very convenient. I'm just surprised that I didn't actually ever click the Grand Ship button a second time to try and fast travel. I only ever clicked it to summon the ship. OG Teen Titans was awesome. Yes. I am a big fan of OG Teen Titans. And while Teen Titans Go is definitely a show, there's some hidden gems amongst the Teen Titans Go episodes. I stopped watching it maybe around the end of season 1, but I've seen a few episodes here and there whenever it just shows up, and there's some funny ones, but the general consensus seems to be that there's like one good episode every season. There's like 9 or 10 seasons. And so You watch like those one good episodes every now and then you just skip all of the Fart and Burrito episodes. Your first crush for Teen Titans, Jinx. You and a lot of other people. I can guarantee Jinx was definitely an awakening for a lot of kids. I know this because I had a lot of classmates who were also very big fans of Jinx whenever I was younger.
What you have done.
Oh,
Okay.
Commander Goodman.
I came as soon as I could when I heard the Wind Vestal was holding a banquet in my honor.
A banquet?
We're gonna let Bruce Wayne do his thing here, friends. I'm gonna let this autoplay. I'm gonna go and check something real fast.
Something terrible has happened. It's Nastasia. She's dead.
Nastasia is dead. She was not breathing and had no pulse.
We believe a blow to the back of her head with a blunt object is what killed her, but we haven't found a weapon.
We've placed her body in bed for now.
I'm more concerned at the fact that the front door will not open. It seems to be sealed shut from the outside. We cannot get out!
Alright, I'm back.
Can't we just break a window?
Welcome to our
I'm afraid not. This residence
very,
was
very
formerly a
special
stronghold.
episode of
There aren't any
Batman,
windows on the
starring
first floor.
Bruce Wayne.
So that means
Ring a bell.
we're trapped?
We've got...
What on earth is going on?
I was trying to attribute some of the other party members to some
I
of
was
Batman's
preparing
rogues
the
gallery,
food
and
with
I'm
Nastasia just
drawing
before.
blanks.
Right up until I opened that threatening letter.
Raven was one of the most people favored. Yeah, there were a lot of Raven
I
fans,
noticed nothing
especially
amiss
from
at that
the
point.
original Teen Titans.
Then it must have been
Does-
you
okay,
who
so
killed her.
There's
Who
obviously a
else here
drug
would have had
dealer
the
villain
chance?
in the Batman's rogues gallery, right? There's
Nonsense.
got to be like the
Why would my wife
Falcones,
ever do
right?
such a thing?
They're a mafia. They distribute
I have
drugs.
no idea.
I guess that'd be Idia.
Perhaps she was the one who wrote that letter as well. No.
Does that make Kikyo
I would
Catwoman?
never
Yeah,
harm a
actually,
fly.
that's yeah. Let's go with that. I don't think.
Were the
Are there
only
any
one who
other?
could have been with the servant at
Are there
the
any
time
other
she was killed?
ninja-like characters in Batman's rogues gallery?
Wait,
There's
the culprit will not be found through
Uh,
conjecture.
Ra's al Ghul is not really a
That
ninja.
said, the murderer must be among
Would
us.
Joker count? Does Joker?
The front
Is
door
Joker a
has
drug
not
dealer?
been open since we arrived.
Yeah, he's.
no.
Oh yeah, Talia al Ghul. Yeah.
None
That's
have
actually
entered,
that would be the
and
ninja.
none
I think.
have left. That leaves only us.
I would never
Ring of
accuse
set
the
Amogus.
vessel.
Again, we're gonna let this play out. This is Batman's time to shine. This is the
nothing about
this is like the one
you.
time he's gonna get the ability to
That's just...
do his thing. Oh yeah, Joker toxin. Okay,
I'm
so
sure I appear suspicious.
got-
After all, I have
we've got
no
Jo-
memory
so
and know not my
we've got
own
Batman
past.
here with his rogues gallery, and that's we got
There's
Joker, who's a Dia.
No one who can attest to my
What would be the
either.
equal of a black mage in Batman's rogues gallery?
Oh, for pity's sake!
Oh,
Why do you
Scarecrow. That's
sound
right,
like
Fear
a Batman of
Toxin.
Such dubious origin, Vestal.
That's right.
They
Ringabo would be the
show up.
Penguin because he's dressed
All of a
similar.
sudden,
Yeah,
the
he
servant
is.
dies. Isn't the timing a little
He's
convenient?
Ringabel simultaneously fits Batman and Bruce
Enough.
Wayne, but
The
also the
Vestal and her
Penguin pretty
companions
well.
have hardly had time to do such a thing since they arrived.
Weather Wizard.
And you well know how much they have aided the shield bearers.
Man, I
already.
wish there was an arithmetician job in this
I
game,
won't stand to hear the Vestal and
so
her
I could be
allies
Calendar
insulted.
Man.
However,
Yeah, Mr. Freeze
in
is
that
probably
case,
the closest.
the finger of blame can point only to your good wife.
And then there's gotta be a
Wait.
pirate.
Allow me to take charge of this matter for now. I would ask that you all
There's
remain
gotta be a
calm.
pirate in Batman's Rogues Gallery. He's equally as forgettable too. Poor Calendar Man. He's in a pretty good. The only time I actually ever think of Calendar Man is in the Holiday Killer storyline. I think that's the
How
one
are
he's
you
in,
holding
right?
up, Eleanor?
I think that's the one that
I can't
Calendar
believe
Man's
this
in.
is happening. With my husband home at last.
Who's
And you
Condemned King's
here
counterpart?
For a banquet.
Hell if I know.
Please believe me. I
Maybe.
have not killed a soul.
No, it wouldn't be Alternus.
How long had the servant girl
He's
been
the Dark
working at your
Knight, obviously.
residence?
Not long, in truth. I employed her when we took Aegelin. But it has been a blessing having her around.
I do like this is actually a mystery you
It was
can
good to have someone to
reasonably
talk to
solve
after Aegel left the house.
before the reveal.
Did she mention anyone that
Wouldn't
may
Idea
wish
be
to cause
Poison
her harm?
Ivy? Honestly, I asked the question earlier if there were any like
No, she was a good
drug-based
girl. I cannot fathom why she was
Batman
killed.
villains in his rogues gallery earlier, but
Don't
with a
take it
span
too
of about
hard.
5 minutes, I realized that a lot of his
I'll try
very
not to.
iconic villains have something to do with
Let me pour some tea.
drugs or fertilizer or anything that can really just mess up your senses. So, I feel like she's kind of all of them put together. It's up to you.
I trust you will ensure that we get out of this mess in one piece.
Tiz
Lady
is
Vestal.
arguably Two-Face.
I'll do my best.
You know,
Who do you
that's
think the
actually
culprit is,
not
Officer Neuer?
not a bad comparison.
The evidence all points to the wife, no? She presents herself well, and then
Not a
goes
bad
and does
one.
these terrible
Especially with
things.
fire being a pretty common motif with
Perhaps
Two-Face.
she resents Commander Goodman for not
Brave is
returning to
angry
his
super. Yeah, he's
residence more often,
Injustice Superman. Whenever they decide to make Superman a villain,
Sending death threats
for
before
shock
following
value.
through takes a cold, calculating criminal. The thought
Hot
makes
take,
my blood
I've
curdle.
never been a big fan of whenever they make
If
Superman
this is true,
the villain
I
of a story.
feel so
Hot
sorry
take.
for poor Dan.
I
Commander.
enjoy
He
Superman
has
being a
worked
symbol
hard
of
for his
hope,
country.
and I don't like it whenever they make him the bad guy.
But if you want my honest
Call me
opinion,
old-fashioned,
I think another
but I think
may
that
be
is
responsible.
a wrong interpretation of the
Another
character.
person? Who?
This is for your ears only.
But I know a
heard
lot of people who would
disturbing
disagree with me
rumors
too.
About Officer
You
Stein.
agree, Professor? Well, that's good to see that someone's on my
Disturbing
side.
rumors?
He has worked his way up the
The
ranks,
villain called
serving
Superman,
with
exactly.
merit in many battles since the war began.
Thought if Lex Luthor was a woman,
Promotion
Superman
after
would have been the
promotion.
most
And
yandere
now
stalker
he's Joint
ever.
Chief of Operations. I believe he wants
You
to
know,
take command
I
of the
just
shield
said that
bearers.
Superman being a villain, I don't
If the war
like, but I would be
continues,
interested to see a
Commander
side
Goodman
story
may
with
very
that.
well
That'd
die
be
in
silly.
battle.
I'm sure
and
someone's done it.
Steiner may be
I'm sure
next
someone's
in
done it.
line.
DC has a
However,
big
when
comic
you
book
came along and
multiverse
put his
thing. I'm sure some
achievements to
comic book
shame,
artist
The
has
war seemed
explored
nearly at
that
an end.
possibility
He must
somewhere
have panicked.
in random comic issue
His
number
mind is always plotting
11817 or
strategy, both
something.
on and off the battlefield.
There's a
He must have
multiverse where
used
Lex
your
Luthor's a
name to
woman
set up
or
this banquet.
whatnot. There's so many
Then
comics out
why
there
did
for
he kill
DC.
the servant first?
That is what makes him so shrewd.
Honestly, I
He's
turned my
ensuring
brain off
no
from
suspicion
the
falls
reading the
upon
comics
him.
a long time
First,
ago.
the servant.
I tried
Then
to
he
be a
picks us
comic
off
collector
one by one as
maybe
we
like
turn on one
a
another.
span of 3 months
Horrifying.
a few years back. And not only did I not focus on Marvel and DC comics, I focused on Mega Man comics. And then I also found out that it's incredibly difficult to find the things I wanted, not only in a reasonable way, but also for a decent price. And it made me go
Do
insane.
you have any idea who the culprit is, Vestal?
Alexa Luthor
No,
Kent, head of
not
LexCorp.
yet.
Yeah, again, see,
The wife
we-
does
if
appear
it
to be
hasn't
the most
been
likely suspect.
explored yet,
However,
we have a decent
I
foundation.
believe she has been framed.
Framed? What do you
Where's
mean?
Bruce Wayne?
I'd
He's-
have
he's
my
doing his
eye
own
on
thing here.
Officer Neuer if I were you. Something strikes me as
I do kind of wish that you could get the best, quote-unquote, best ending in
I am
this, in
sorry
this
you were
first
dragged
attempt
into this.
if you're doing New Game Plus, but you
Your
can't.
attention, please.
I don't understand why.
Until we identify the culprit, I believe it best that we all stay together. Eventually, the others will
All right.
realize something is
Ring
amiss.
bells on screen. We can focus up.
Once they do, they'll break us out of here. We just have to wait.
In the same room as a murderer?
I agree! Officer Neuer and I were not mentioned in the death threat. but we certainly do not feel safe.
As long as we all stay in one place, the offender will not be able to take action.
See, that's
We all agree
good. That's a
with the
good
commander.
idea.
Right, Agnes?
But we're in the middle of a Batman
Indeed.
plot, and things don't go that easy.
I must ask you to be patient.
I watched
Officer
The Dark
Steiner
Knight.
and Neuer.
Yes,
Like-
of course.
8 years ago.
Are you all right, Officer Steiner?
Oh, and he died. Well, don't look too shocked, Agnes.
Officer Steiner!
He's dead.
Don't look too shocked, Agnes.
What happened?
He was in agony. It must have been poison.
Ooh.
He had just drank some tea, correct?
Idia, I think we should probably hide you away a little bit. Because, you may be the only person here who has access to... Actually, I have Black Mage and Salve Maker in here. Shit.
What?
I'm definitely
Officer
the most
Steiner
likely
was the
suspect
only one
here.
to drink it.
Rip
The rest
Steiner,
of
who
us
was
had
solid in
yet to
FF9.
take even
Steiner
a
is great in Final Fantasy 9. He
That
got
is all
Breaking
the
Bad
evidence we need.
by Idia.
It was you she-devil.
Is Magnolia
You showed
Superman?
your true colors.
Oh.
Calm down,
Yeah.
Officer Neuer.
She's probably the closest to being Superman.
Calm down.
You don't like
Commander,
FF9?
this
That is
woman just tried
unfortunate.
to kill you.
To each their
Officer
own. To
Steiner's
each their own.
dead. But it could have just as easily been you, the Wind Vestal.
Definitely
her
a
companion,
polarizing title.
Or me. Oh, perish the thought. Good heavens, no. Don't try and tell us it wasn't you.
All right, we need to get Idia
Split it up
off
immediately.
his house. Otherwise,
Unfortunately,
we're
Under
gonna
these
be the next one
circumstances, I cannot
suspicious.
see how anyone
'Cause,
else...
she may or may not be a Salve Maker.
I am sorry, Eleanor. I shall have to confine you in the cellar until
Yeah,
you
you
can...
guys keep suspecting
How
each
has it
other.
come to this?
Couldn't get into it and can't bond with Zidane. That's not a problem. Zidane, I would say he's an acquired taste, but he is definitely one of those characters where you either like him or you don't.
What's this?
And then
Watch out. I
the
have a bad feeling about this.
the gameplay of Final Fantasy IX
Commander
is
Goodman,
very, very
Get the
slow.
lights on now! I will.
And so if
Just
the
a moment.
story doesn't grip you, or just the world itself, then you probably aren't going to be too into it. I think I discussed this last
the
week,
lights are back.
but I don't blame anyone for kind of
Officer
dropping Final
Neuer.
Fantasy IX early on,
No way.
because, again, if the gameplay doesn't click with you, then
What's wrong?
which
I
you
heard
know,
a scream.
The gameplay isn't that great. If the gameplay doesn't click with you and the story
Oh,
doesn't grab you
Officer
and
Neuer,
keeps
stay
you
with me.
going, and Zidane's a big part of that, then there's no reason to keep playing. And that goes for every Final Fantasy or any game in general.
That
I have never been
Woman?
a
Which woman?
big proponent of
Officer
oh,
Neuer.
it gets good in X amount of hours. I've never been a big fan of arguments like that. Oh, hey, don't worry, it gets good in 10 hours. Or in Final Fantasy XIV's case, which is probably the biggest culprit of it. Oh, don't worry, it gets good in Heaven's Ward, which is like 60 to 100 hours. Don't worry, it gets good then. If it isn't good within, I would say, 1 to 3 hours, then I'm probably just gonna drop it. And that meter is different for every game. Some games might click with me immediately. Some games might take a little. But it shouldn't be like, oh, don't worry, just, wait 10 hours for it to get really good. Yeah, again, if the story doesn't really click for you, then you're not going to get much enjoyment out of it, which is perfectly fine. Alright, into the cellar we go.
Has something happened?
Have you been here the whole time?
Trials of Mana, you say, has that game gets even more fun when you get class changes.
Let's
Yeah.
look for a hidden
Now,
passage.
I haven't personally played Trials of Mana.
A hidden
It's on my list, but I
passage?
haven't personally played with it.
What are you talking
Um,
about?
But
I'm
if
so
you don't get
confused.
like a main gameplay mechanic until a set amount of hours in, especially for an
Do you
RPG, which
deny
just has a
that you
lot of
used a
systems,
hidden
if you don't
passage to
get
sneak upstairs
all of its
and
major
slay
functions
Officer
fairly
Neuer?
early on, well, maybe not all of them, but if you don't get like its main selling point, like if you couldn't get jobs in Final Fantasy 3 until hour
I know
5,
nothing of
I
any
would
hidden passage.
not be playing that game.
I believe you are telling the truth. But that
14 doesn't really click with
means
you.
we have
Respect
a
people who've
bigger
played all the way through the
problem.
story. 14
If you
is
are
a marathon.
Then it must
And
mean that Commander
it is
Goodman is the killer.
Perfectly okay to
What?
not want to run it, that
Daniel?
marathon.
A murderer?
Even if it is a free
Only
game
because
for most
there
of
is
it,
nobody else.
The four
It
of us have
is-
stayed together the whole
it's
time,
another situation
so we
where
cannot
the gameplay's pretty
The
slow,
only
especially
other
for
survivors here
the
are
first
you
early
and your
expansions.
husband.
But that's not something you can just easily hand wave away.
Right
Because
before Nora
expansions
breathed her
are
last,
whole
she
games,
indicated
essentially.
her
They're
killer was a woman.
40 to 100, perhaps even longer if you decide
That
to do
makes you
extra
the
content.
only
They're 40 to
suspect.
100 hours plus. And if
But
the story
I
isn't
can't
gripping you,
see
then
any
there
way
isn't
out
a
of
lot
here.
else there. For a lot of the early game,
There
which is
must
a
be.
big flaw of that game. And
Otherwise,
someone who
who
has
could be the
I'm
culprit?
someone who has played it for a very, very long time, over a decade. That is, I think, still the
There
weakest
are
aspect of
no
Final Fantasy
other women
14
here.
is
Except
gripping. Is that hook aspect of it? It
What is it?
struggles to grab players and keep them.
Wait.
Well, it doesn't struggle to grab them, but it
how
struggles
could
to
we
keep
be
them.
so stupid? We must return to Commander Goodman at once.
Trials of Mana is pretty replayable since the big draw is choosing party members that eventually get final. Yeah, so I have experience with the Mana series, but I just haven't really gotten around to Trials of Mana, which I think I own it currently.
Your mind, shield bearer.
I would need to
The
check.
meddling wind vessel and her companions are
But
next.
I do need to get
So
around to
let me
playing
make
that at some
good on
point.
that threat.
Commander Goodman, watch out!
To be fair, the story of Bravely Default doesn't spark off that early. That is very true. Thankfully, for me personally, because again, this is a case-by-case basis, and
You saved
for me personally, especially whenever I first played
I
this
don't
game, the
believe it.
story was not the main draw for me.
Isn't that
The main draw for me was the
Nastasia?
jobs and the combat system.
But she was the first to die.
And that got interesting off the bat, because you get
confirmed
access
it
to the Brave and
myself.
Default system early
She
on,
had no pulse.
and you get access to jobs pretty quickly. And the jobs that you do have access to are
But
familiar,
she was
and
the
also,
only woman in
pretty
the
viable.
house other than Eleanor.
The story
and
for Bravely
Officer
Default didn't
Noya.
really become something that I started actively
It
paying attention
seems
to
we have
until
been
the later
fooled by an
portions of Chapter
elaborate
2,
ruse.
and then that became something I was engrossed in.
Who on earth are you?
But the
Reveal
gameplay
yourself!
grabbed me immediately. Super
It's
jump,
taken all
haste,
my
and roll
training to
cheese.
keep up my
I'm
defense.
hoping to
Now you
never
and your
use
companions
that,
are mad.
unless certain bosses in this game, then I might have to.
Where is the real Nastasia?
Who knows? Perhaps she's melting away in the lava pits at Mount Karka by now. Really, your guess is as good as mine.
You fiend!
I was but a hair's breadth away from terminating my target, and then the wind vessel of all people has to show up. I certainly did not.
Alright, Kikyo, we're gonna skip you here. Okay, so, who's willing to bet, I'm gonna set my controller down for a second, who's willing to bet that I'm gonna get my ass beat within 3 turns? Because I'm willing to bet that I'm not going to live 3 turns. Because I'm not prepared, and I think I'm gonna get jumped. By the time you start to get used to BD's gameplay story is, yeah, I got comfortable with Bravely Default's gameplay around midway through Chapter 2. Like fighting De Rosa really taught me how I was supposed to actively play the game whenever I was first playing through Bravely Default. And so it was around that time that the gameplay is starting to really click, like actively, and then the story picked up as well. So I was already loving the combat of this game by that point. Oh no, she defaulted. No, no, she didn't. Wait, am I faster than Ki? Okay. I'll take it. I mean, Shiba Jinrai might still catch me off guard here, but she's not doing as much damage as I thought she would. Okay, this is turn 3, by the way. So, will I die here? I do need to I do need to get more BP with her. There's the semi, so I will need to eat that at some point. I can probably eat that with Tiz. Yeah, I might have to just eat that with Tiz. Speaking of, I'm going to have him heal. On yes. Is this on hard right now? It should be. I don't think I've moved the game's difficulty off of hard since we fought Chowgmar. Because I know he was on hard mode, and I know I hadn't adjusted since. Because I turned off encounters for a lot of the dungeons. Though I did get my ass beat by some fire dragons in the Kamizumi dungeon, which I'm assuming that was due to hard mode. So it should still be on hard mode. I'll check after this, and if we ended up being on normal mode, I'll probably just take the L and reset the game. Because I do want to do these fights on hard mode. Okay, so I'm healing with Tiz right now, right? Yeah. Ringing Bell's not going to get much out from just waiting here. I'm already planning on doing some money farm, so I might spend this time... Actually, you know what? Just have some fun. Let's see if we can get Kikyo to buy something. Now, the question is she going to be an enjoyer of Bacchus wine? I think she will. She is... Oh, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Oh, she bought the Bacchus wine! Perfect. I think that maybe gives me like 100 peak. So sad we lost Big Farmer. Yeah, now it's just called Dark Cartel, which I think gets off the point roughly the same amount. But yeah, I do miss the name Big Pharma. I love Big Pharma as a name. Let's go and just heal everyone here with Tiz. Actually, she's at -1. Edea goes after Tiz. So let's do Love Power twice, and then we'll do Love Rush. And then we'll default with the Ring a Bell. Actually, no. We'll just send double damage, I think. Just to see where our damage is at. Yeah, Angel Investment was originally pay to play. Yeah. Oh, there's the Utsusemi. Right. She had Utsusemi on. I didn't check. Okay. Well, at least we'll get access to doing free damage here. I want to see what our damage is looking like. Ooh, we could do Infinity. Let's just get Ring a Bell up, and then we'll do Infinity. And then we'll just heal Ring a Bell here. Okay, our damage isn't that bad. Kikyo versus Eminem. Ooh. I would probably have my money on Eminem, to be perfectly honest. But I think that would be an interesting fight. I would absolutely pay money to see that in real life. I think I sack Ring a Bell again here. Just to get rid of Utsusemi. And then I'm just gonna greed. Turbo Ether again into double damage. And then we'll just Phoenix down Blessed Shield. I want Tiz to be doing the item spamming because that'll just get his Infinity back up again. Okay. Oh, she's defaulting. I wasn't paying attention to return orders. I'm lacking here quite a bit. We need to Love Rush, Love Power, just to get these back up, and then we can do one more for you to get Anya's back in this fight next turn. Praline versus Taylor Swift death battle? That's one I would give to Praline, 100%. She have Utsusemi on, she does, okay. Well, I am instead going to do Angel Investment into Anya's, and then I'm going to sack Ring a Bell again. Ooh, I got the slow. Alright. Actually, no. I'm gonna default this turn. I'm gonna Ring a Bell up. I'm gonna heal Ring a Bell, and then we're gonna heal everyone else. Then we're gonna use Edea's turn to not only re-up Love Rush, then we're also going to compound ourselves a nice Ether. Actually, that's only 80 MP. The quarter elixir for Anya so we can get 250 MP back. Oh! Oh, screw you. Okay. That's not great. Crap. I think actually what we do is we just do this. Yeah. Okay. And then we might have to do a widen area here. Actually, Agnes goes first. So, right? Agility 47, agility 43. Okay, yeah, so Agnes does go first. So let's use Agnes's turn to get everyone up. And then Idia, we can do a Blessed Shield, and then we can try and compound ourselves a Quarter Elixir for Agnes. If she's defaulting, that's fine. Alright, so now we've got MP. PQ's gonna want to go on the offense here. She's gonna do Shipu Jinrai. I think I honestly just default here across the board. He did not go for Shipu Jinrai. Called my bluff, okay. Now she's doing it. Ow! Ooh, okay. Well, I guess we just get her up again. Yeah, she's defaulting. Alright. This time, she's not going to do it. She is definitely not going to spam Shipu Jinrai this time. 100%. I'll be able to get this damage off for free. 100%. We default. I think we just do double damage with both of our attackers. Oh, right. Utsusemi was the thing. Ow. Oh, I got the Adrenaline Rush. I think that's the first time she's not been instantly killed by Ikyo. So that's nice. We've been eating a lot of dirt this fight so far. I think what I have to do... Actually, I'll spend Tiz's turn just healing Agnes. I think that's the plan. Did I do that right? Yeah, I did. And then Idia, we use Sage Staff, get Ring of Below. I think we honestly have a pretty good loop here going, because we just get them up. Ring of Bell sacks himself for Utsusemi, and then we just go ham on her. Let me know if the game still shows you camera if you have connected your Switch 2. So, unfortunately, I can't test that because I don't have the Switch 2 camera add-on. However, at the very beginning of the game, you can see the cutscene with Agnes that would normally show up on your camera, and it just has her in a standard green background. So, it does support those types of cutscenes. It just, if it does have your camera as something that it can use, it has replacements for that now. It's not just like a black screen, which is nice. Because that's what happens in what you're probably thinking about. If you don't have a camera, or your camera doesn't work anymore, it just defaults to a black screen. Which was something that I found out whenever I was making my series. Okay, I wonder if this actually counts. Let me use Palbot to try and eat Utsusemi. I wonder if this counts. It does. Perfect. You can confirm whether or not. Okay, so I want to keep some of it a surprise for whenever I get there. I think it's fine if you share if it utilizes the camera or not. However, if it doesn't, I kind of want to see what it does if it doesn't use the camera. But yeah, I don't mind if you say whether or not it does use the camera. Because if it does, then that might be something that I try to get my hands on or something. I need to... Let's shield and turn. And we're just gonna do... Actually, no, we'll just do rejuvenation. Because it gives her a back MP. Alright, you'll save it for surprise? Okay, that's fine. Hope it does. It's one of the coolest parts of the original. I hope so, too. I wouldn't be surprised if the camera doesn't do that anymore. Ow. Mostly because... Well... No, I guess the only reason why I don't think they would is because it's an optional feature now, instead of it being something that's put into the system. But, who knows? Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Maybe I just poke her? I think I just send this and hope for the best. She's going to... Nope, she's not going to brave, okay. There's Utsemi. Imagine someone accidentally face revealing from that part. That would actually be a problem. No, that if you're a streamer who doesn't want their face to be revealed and you're playing this game, you might actually run into problems with that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that could be an issue. Especially if you don't know it's coming. Yeah, that could be a problem. I want to eat the semi, so we're just gonna summon Friendbot. Don't kill. Okay, well. Hey, at least her Lydia's MP is back to full. I'm just gonna Phoenix down, ring a bell, and then just do 3 double damages and hope this kills her. Use the buffs. Oh, she defaulted. You. No. I was hoping that she would default next turn. Okay, I have not been keeping track of how much damage I've been doing to her. I'm just hoping it's a lot. Tiz does go first, so we can heal. Is there anything else that I can do? Screw it, we're gonna throw some Earth Mallets at her. And then... I want to get Love Rush back up, and then we need to do one more for you, for Agnes, so she can be active next turn. And then... I guess we could do Got Your Back, just to increase our physical defense. Maybe we can live a Shiba Jinrai. Let's be honest, not many people were gonna shill money for a 480p camera. I didn't. We already at the point where bosses become HP tanks. I think it's a mix. I think Kikyo at this point in time on hard mode has around 60,000 health, maybe 60 or 70,000 HP. That's really not a lot, personally speaking. I just have, unfortunately, I really only have one attacker who's dead constantly, and two of my main damage phases so far have been whenever Kikyo's defaulting. And so my damage has been halved. I have been running into so many walls and actually trying to kill this monster. Infinity into... Maybe Love Power? Wait. He's getting her. He's getting him up. So then I'll just heal. Ooh, she barely lived. Thank you, Protect. That would... Okay, Got Your Back actually saved me there, even with a crit. I guess it's mostly parents with lots of money buying stuff for their kids. Yeah, I mean... I'm paranoid. She's gonna default this turn. I'm calling her bluff. Oh! Okay. She read me like a book. This turn? Okay. She's definitely not gonna default this turn, right? 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 Please? Please, don't default this turn? Actually, no. Default this turn, please, actually. You... Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I'm gonna be so happy whenever you're dead. No, don't remove it! I need that! I need that! I'm wasting so much time! No, she died! I thought Tiz was faster! Oh, crap. Well, the EXP is a little displaced. Just a teeny bit. I thought Tiz was faster than Anya's. Her bloodlust was too strong. Oh! Oh, Kikyo, you bitch. Why'd you have to die this? No. You should have defaulted. Well, I'm gonna wear her garments like a symbol of pride, but also I'm a little angry about it because she's found new ways to spite me. Anyway, Ninja. Ref, she's reading my inputs. Well.
Any last words before you meet your maker?
I'm not even. No, she does not get any last words. No. No. No, I'm not giving her that courtesy.
Great debt, Win.
She does not get that. No, not allowed. Well, that was a fight. Okay, hang on. I want to see. I was on hard mode. Okay, I don't have to reset. I was on hard mode. Perfect. So Chaogmar, Kamizumi, and Kikyo have all been on hard. Perfect. I'll have to worry about that. Ooh. Alright. Let's move on, over to Ninja now. If that hadn't been on hard mode, I think I might have crashed out a little bit. Just a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit. Okay, I did tell myself that I'm not gonna do Ninja Spell Fencer because I already did that. However, I said that would not be my main build. So, not gonna worry about that. However, I do want to get rid of two-handed. Not gonna need that. Honestly, we're not gonna need two-handed anymore. I'm gonna be running dual wield from this point onward. So, in that case, I think we run physical defense up just to make sure she can live any hard-hitting attacks. Now, the unfortunate thing is that I don't really have a lot of good damage options. I have two kunais that I could run, and those aren't bad, per se, but I was just doing... I just had 300 physical attack. Honestly, this is one of those things where I might try to get some money, because I have access to some other cool stuff. Looking at you, and you, and I think I kind of want to grab those. This is what? This is 48 attack? Kunais are 40 attack? 27. Oh, wow. A lot weaker than I thought. Okay. I'm just really fast then? Well, the idea is that I go in there, Anya's crits, and the boss dies. And that's worked for one of the fights. The others, not so much. Worked for one of them. Also, I think we are at a point where you might move Tiz over to something else. Actually, hang on. What is he about to get? Magic attack 20% up. I'm kind of tempted to run Salve Maker for him so he can get healing lore. But Freelancer's also tempting. I think I might run Freelancer. Maybe Freelancer? He does slow him down slightly, which could be an issue. However, what it does do is, because what is he doing right now? I mean, he's only, what's his mind? 53. Ooh. I mean, Salvemaker just seems like such a good option because I can get Healing Lord, but he's about to go to Spirit Master. Well, not about to, but he'll be going to Spirit Master probably. I think we put him on Freelancer. I want to get that JP up, I think. We can work on Groupcast all whenever I have access to better enemies to fight. And then Black-White Magic, if we keep that. He has the magic that he needs right now in that lineup. We'll just keep this on. And then... Ring a Bell. We gotta put Ring a Bell on something else. I mean, he's almost to Millionaire, which doesn't help me very much. Dark Cartel, or Big Pharma, actually could be pretty valuable, but that's level 11, and that'll be forever from now. So I think we put him on maybe Pirates, so we can work towards physical attack 20% up, potentially? Maybe work towards that. Yeah, I think we put him on Pirate. He still looks the same, but I think he's effectively a pirate. Then... Alright, I don't have anything else valuable here. Rainbow would legit be a performer just to chill out more with his products. He would. However, we gotta... I want to start slowly working him towards being Batman. So let's give him the Grider Axe. Pirates are merchants. I mean, he is effectively the embodiment of capitalism right now, being pirates and a merchant. Speaking of, let's give him Valkyrie so that he can do Crescent Moon Spam. Then I want to do that as well for Agnes. Well, I mean, honestly, the Valkyrie spam isn't going to be too valuable here. I might just keep her on Spell Fencer. I don't know. I definitely want some better items because Ninja is valuable here, but I can definitely get a lot more worth out of it if I get better weapons. Now, so I don't think I'm gonna money farm, but I do think I'm going to go over to Grab Key and at least get some job levels for Agnes, because otherwise she's not gonna do any damage at all. When does this chapter end so new minigames happen? It's whenever you fly over Eternia. That's whenever chapter 3 technically ends. The embodiment of capitalism not have any thief or vampire, so the embodiment of capitalism. I mean, thief and vampire actually are pretty good at that. I mean, suck you dry and steal stuff from you. I mean, yeah, maybe that works actually. You know what? Hindsight, yeah, works. I mean, we will very likely have vampire representation in the party, because that's very likely what Agnes is going to end on. Is some iteration of vampire. I think the idea was vampire ninja was the idea thrown around. The 400 encounter rate is really good. So the idea here is that we just set blessed shields to kill all the bone men, and then we just default. Because this has no random crits, and they'll all die at some point. I think, honestly, we could probably remove Tiz from the equation here and just make it to where she has Healing Lore. What I do want to do is put on Alarm Earrings so that we can't get back attacked. How do you get 400% encounter? So it is tied to the new mini games in this version of Bravely Default. There is a new NPC in Florum that you can exchange currency you get for completing mini games for special items. That is also where the 0% encounter rate is in this game now. You don't start with that naturally anymore. You have to buy it from that merchant. And you can also get 400% encounter rate. You can also get a limit break passive for your special moves so you can break the damage cap. That is how you do that without the SP Hourglass now, because that's not in this game anymore. You can also get costumes and elixirs and some nice weapons in there, but you can get the 400% counter rate, which is also very nice. Yeah. Okay, job level 3 is pretty decent. I'm kind of wanting like job level 5 should be okay. We'll also get some decent money here. I actually, now that I'm thinking about that, take that off. Let's put on more money. I want more money. I want lots of cash. Give me lots of cash. I'm not gonna do this for too long. I think job level 5 is a good kind of end point. And then I'm probably gonna head back to Grand Ship, and then I'm gonna take I'll take my first break of the day, like 5 to 10 minutes there, and then hopefully we can wrap up the Grand Ship dungeon. Because I got through Chaogmar, Kamizumi, and Kikyo way faster than I thought I would. I thought that would be the entirety of the 4 to 5 hours that I was going to be streaming. But we might be able to get through the first little bit of Chapter 4 today. Feel bad for the zombies being mugged. They're dead. They're not going to make much use of this cash. It's better used on me to buy trivial equipment that I'm only going to use maybe once or twice. Let's see here. The Behemoth fight is coming up. That's the next big fight. That won't be too bad. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, I do have a history of struggling with that encounter. So actually, it might be a problem. It'll be fine. Okay, job level 5. I think that's a good springboard. I mean, it's not too much. We're not just sitting here grinding the entire time, but it's enough to make it to where my damage output won't be terrible. Because Anya's was at, okay, yeah, she's at 112 attack power per kunai, and that's fine. I think what I have right now is enough to get me to Chapter 4. Once we get into Chapter 4 and we're in front of Eternia, that'll be whenever we actually do our money farm. Because that'll be whenever we have access to the best way to farm in Chapter 4, in my opinion, is right in front of Eternia. And that'll be enough to get us enough money to get probably at least one Mutsu no Kami, which probably carry our damage for a little while. And it'll probably be enough to get us some Fulmin Shards and some Fairy Wings so we can get some weakness implants going. Then I also need to find... I'll need to go back to Hearthchild at some point to grab some Dark Charms. Because that will be valuable for beating the ever-living crap out of Victoria. So...
there you are. I can't give you
We've got a plan. We've got a plan, but we're gonna need a lot of cash. Great artwork, by the way. My background for my desktop for a long time was Grand Ship's art.
I'm stuffed. I couldn't eat another bite.
Did they eat Aerie, finally? Nope, she's still here. Okay. I need to set up for this dungeon. Okay, acrobatics. I think most of the enemies in this dungeon are weak to fire, so I might just set auto battle to be fire-based. Hopefully, Ring a Bell can just sweep these guys. I know a lot of the enemies in here actually. No, I think a lot of them are lightning weak because they're aquatic. Oh, curse me and me not playing this game in nearly 2 years. Forgetting everything. Oh, Asafune actually. Actually, is it weaker? Really? It's 30. Oh, just because at B rank. That's right. That's right. Actually, hang on. I've got a question for anyone here who has quick access to Google.
What is happening?
Could someone look up? I wanna quickly verify. Vampire has an A rank affinity with swords, correct? I think that's their highest weapon proficiency is an A rank with swords.
Didn't Bringabell's journal say something?
Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't have immediate access to Google. Yes, it is A. That's their highest. Is A rank with swords? Okay.
What language?
I thought
is
I
it
was correct
written in?
about that.
I can't read a
Okay,
word.
well, then I'll need to look for some swords later. I don't think that's not something I'll need to prioritize this week. That'll be something I need to think about next week, probably. Saw what you played a couple days ago? Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Trashy DDD. Great Kirby character. The highlight of the Kirby anime is DDD, best character in that show. 100%. Okay, so we get out of the Orichalcum from Eggle, and we go over to Grand Ship, do the dungeon. While I'm here and I have access to an adventurer, do I need to grab Fulmin Shards? I'm at 23,000 Peeg. I don't need to grab Fulmin Shards. I do need to grab some insect antennas. I'll grab like, not 99, I'll grab like 10. That should be enough for Victor, Victoria, Brave, and... Actually, no, I think Brave has a weakness. To go for a minute, you have a tornado in your mobile coverage area. Oh, stay safe there, Hoglin. Little professor, stay safe. We've got some showers coming over my area here pretty soon too. So I don't think we're a tornado warning. So yep. I guess we had a very, very rainy 4th of July where I was yesterday. Didn't stop people from setting off fireworks from like 5 p.m. to 2 in the morning. But it was a very, very wet 4th of July. Okay. I have maybe like 7 Phoenix Downs. I'm just gonna gamble that everything's gonna work out. Should be fine. You don't even see any storm clouds where you are? Well, hopefully it stays that way. Because, unfortunately, those things can kind of creep up on people. But hopefully, nothing happens. Tornadoes are a problem. But, okay, honestly speaking, I am content living in Tornado Alley, as we call it. Because I would rather live in Tornado Alley than, like, the coast where hurricanes are. Because essentially, especially if you live here in the United States, you kind of have to pick your poison with the natural disasters that you get. If you're on the West Coast, earthquakes, especially like Cali and Oregon and whatnot. If you're in Tornado Alley, or anywhere, kind of in the Midwest, well, not in the West, but not Midwest. You're in Tornado Alley, tornadoes, obviously. Midwest, you have got like dust bowls and if you go further up towards like Illinois and Michigan, you got blizzards. And then if you go East Coast, then you've got hurricanes. And honestly, I'll take the tornadoes. Thank you very much. I think I'll take the tornadoes over. I'm gonna put on the Sage Staff here. I'll take the tornadoes over hurricanes, earthquakes, or blizzards, or any of that. I'll take the tornadoes. Okay, this dungeon is kind of a pain. Live in Europe, chances of tornadoes are minimal. Lucky. You guys, if you're in like the UK, apparently it rains pretty much like 4 out of the 7 days of the week all the time. I don't know how accurate that is, but apparently it's pretty often. Very, very cloudy all the time. And, that doesn't sound too bad, but also, geez, I get tired of rain. Hey, Maverick, what have you missed? some pretty eventful fights against Chalgmar, Kamizumi, and Kikyo. All of them, well, I wouldn't say all of them first try, but they went better than expected. And we had a very interesting fight against Kikyo, and now we're just doing grand shit. I want to get to Chapter 4 as soon as I can so we can do some money farming. Didn't kill. First tries, but the team was limping by the end. Yeah, the only one we did not beat first try was Chalgmar, but he immediately folded to our second attempt. Ninja out on yes reminds you of Chi-Chi's tournament clothes. I mean, I am sure a lot of, like, iconic, I was gonna say, like, iconic anime characters and stereotypes is probably the better word. Iconic stereotypes has definitely inspired a lot of the model job designs for this game. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that was in the development room. Like, hey, let's go based off of this motif, I guess. Yeah, so we had some decent fights. Nothing groundbreaking, but they each had their moment. Ooh, cross axe. No way that's better than the grinder axe. No, close-ish. Would have been better if I didn't have access to Narenda Village. I'm sure I mentioned that in my series. Okay, I should just be able to auto-battle this now. I would like it if she would be able to kill them in one go, but guess not. That's right, they have a big EXP imbalance now. Oh, it's gonna mess with me. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but still. Yeah, so we have a bit of an EXP imbalance, because Agnes wanted to go a little too murder hobo, and killed Kikyo a little too early for my liking. So we had a bit of a EXP imbalance between her and Tiz and Ringabel and Idia. Give a lot more health than I thought. Okay. Crap. Can't see Idia's headgear without thinking of the TF2 logo. Oh, you're evil. You're evil. You're a vile person for putting that imagery into my head. You're a vile, vile person for putting that imagery into my head. I don't like that. Oh no, I can't unsee it now. I tried not thinking about it. Oh man, that makes me want to play TF2 again. I haven't played that game in a hot minute. Lightning chain gun returns. Ah, my beloved. Yeah, you guys are pretty vile, but wouldn't have it any other way, because otherwise, this whole thing wouldn't really be, exist. It wouldn't really exist, to be honest. I'd be like, yeah, I want to make Agnes a murder hobo, and you guys are like, dude, you're weird. Quit it. Like, oh, okay, well, tough crowd, damn. Nope, seems to be working. I don't have Brave Suit, so I don't have anything else we can do. It's not like... Oh, even with a crit? Okay, hang on, I want to see how much healing Tiz is going to do here. Ooh. Well, he's definitely the backup healer. Hopefully that fixes itself here pretty soon. We'll just auto battle this actually. Ow. Oh, I do need to get some. I do need to get some ethers before I forget. Because Ring a Bell's gonna be doing double damage strats. And so we're gonna need ethers. Otherwise, he's gonna run out of MP. And be practically useless. Well, not practically useless, but pretty useless. Oh, that reminds me. I need to set up Agnes's special move. She needs to use 5 items. Okay. Infinity, we'll do lightning. 50% power boost. Behemoth is a beast. And then I guess poison. But I would rather get something like Blade Storm online. Actually, no, they all do hit count increase, so it doesn't really matter. Ring a Bell, same thing. We'll need to get these on deck, but we'll work on that later. Skulls for the Skull Temple. Okay, please be weak enough that Ring a Bell can just kill you in one hit. Well, tried. Maybe we can just auto-battle this? Potentially? Ow. I don't like that I'm slower than these guys, or maybe my speed time with them? I have no clue. Double 6, nice. I think once I reach the end of this dungeon, I'm gonna teleport out, and I'm gonna grab some items, and then I'm gonna take a small break. I said I was gonna do that whenever I finished money farming, and I'm a lying liar who lies, and didn't do that. And I do want to take a quick break. I'll do that once I'm done with the dungeon. Do I need to grab anything up there? They made Behemoth a water creature. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a welcome change. It's neat, it's nice, but it surprised me too when I first played. I was gonna say, well, you know, maybe there's something in, like, the lore for what a Behemoth is outside of Bravely Default, but I can't think of something off the top of my head. I would need to, like, actually go to Wikipedia or something and be like, oh, what is the inspiration for a Behemoth, other than Behemoth being kind of a synonym for big? Oh, right, I have to go to the other treasure, not treasure chest, I gotta go to the other staircase. I also need to turn the fan on in my room. I am getting cooked. Because it's, like, very humid outside. And it's supposed to be starting to rain, so the humidity is picking up a lot. Alright. Now we're over here, we gotta go to the other side. I don't think there's anything... It's a religious creature along with the Leviathan. Right. I know Leviathan is... I don't remember Behemoth... Actually, no, yeah, okay, yeah, no. I do remember Behemoth. I was trying to think, where does the Behemoth show up? No, I don't remember. I don't remember the exact... I don't remember the exact story. I do remember, yeah. I just don't remember how it's depicted. Because I don't think it's a sea creature. Leviathan's a sea creature, obviously, but... I don't remember how Behemoth is depicted in those old stories. That is something for me to research when it's like 4 in the morning and I can't sleep. Because that's usually how all this stuff happens. I'm like, oh, I can't sleep. I might as well waste some time until I can fall asleep. Oh, I'll just find myself on the wiki page for Umibozu Yokai for some reason. That's a true story. I have no idea how I ended up there, but I learned something new. Look up Behemoth in Dictionary Infernal. Trust you won't regret it. I did a little bit of research. I mean, I've read Dante's Inferno before. I did a little bit of research into the Dante trilogy for a project that I will not go into much more detail about because it is something I'm going to do on this YouTube channel. But I did do a little bit of that yesterday, and it was fun looking back at that. Right, I was going to buy some items. I wanted to buy... Why am I going here? I can just go talk to the adventurer. There's some really interesting stuff in that trilogy of books. Especially looking at it from a perspective of the author being incredibly biased with some of the people that he decided to put in hell, which is really funny to me. It turned the Divine Comedy into definitely emphasis on comedy. I want to buy Phoenix Downs. Despite me having 2 Sage Staffs, I want to buy like maybe 10 Phoenix Downs in case Tiz and Edea go down. One game where Mario and Luigi, they ball on a... Oh, that's right, yeah, they do. They do. Mario and Luigi have a very, very extensive cast of enemies that they beat the crap out of that a lot of people forget. It's very, like, if you actually go and look into some of the things I've fought, it gets pretty wild, especially in recent years. There's some crazy things. Even if you look in just RPG Mario games, there's some wild stuff that they go up against. I have 6 Fulmin Shards, that's enough. I have 10 Insect Antennas. Dictionary Infernal is a book where some guy basically wrote a bunch of random demons. Isn't it that's not the same thing as the Goetia demons, I don't think. 72 the demons of Goetia? Actually, no. Is it? There's so many different titles for King Solomon's Goetia demons. There's so many. I can't keep track of it all. I did a lot of that research whenever I was doing other things, but I need to go back and look through all that stuff again. While I may not be a man of faith, I do enjoy reading up on theology. Very, very interesting subject. Okay. Ars Goetia, Necronomicon, Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, they... so many terms. So many terms. To be also is just a giant fly. Just a big bug. SMT took that very literally, and I love them all that. I love them all that much more for it. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get a refill on my drink. I'm gonna see if a package delivered. I think I got a notification about that. And then this will be like 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then we'll come back, beat the crap out of the behemoth, hopefully. And then we're on to chapter 4. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. No package just yet, but I got a new refill on my water bottle. Grab a quick Cliff Bar. Should get something in my stomach and we can start up here again. Ball does have a pretty silly design, especially if we're looking at the Goetia design, like the OG. If you want to play Diablo 2, have fun with that. Diablo is a franchise that I will be perfectly upfront that has never clicked with me. But I am jealous of those who enjoy it, because back whenever Diablo 3 came out, that was a game that I was actually really wanting to play with friends and family. And then I actually played it, and I realized, wow, I don't find this fun. Which sucked, because everyone else I was playing Diablo 3 with at the time really liked it. And so I was kind of the odd man out. And it made me kind of sad, because they didn't want to play it without me. But also I wasn't having a lot of fun with it. So it was kind of in this weird, awkward space where no one was really having fun, because they wanted me to have fun. They only wanted to play it whenever I was there, because it was a group activity. But I wasn't having fun with it, and so eventually it just kind of came down to them finding a new fourth. But it was kind of awkward. And that's my story with Diablo 3. I think, so I have a bit of a vendetta against, I wouldn't say vendetta. There was nothing that made me dislike them. But I have not been very keen on like asymmetric games like the OG Fallout or Diablo or I don't know, League of Legends or Dota. I've never really been a big fan of those types of games, like the way the camera looks and the gameplay feel of those games. And so Diablo 3, I was like, oh right, it's one of those. Oops. Wait, hang on. However, everyone that I talk to really, really likes Diablo 3. And Diablo 2, for that matter. And I'm jealous. I did have the Reaper of Souls expansion as a poster that I got with a pre-order. I had that in my room for a really, really long time. It was a really, really cool box art. Let's keep it at 0% here. Epidemiology is so funny because everything steals random parts from other things. But yeah, I mean, everyone took something from. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a weird space because everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of theologists and authors and whatnot that were cataloging this information or creating it were attempting to use old ideas from back when, like Mesopotamian old ideas. Like, you'll see concepts like Tiamat and Quetzalcoatl and whatnot, like little bits and pieces of deities like that show up in other religions and other creatures and mythological entities, because that was the inspiration for them in a variety of ways. But then they also try to put their own spin on things, and then those aspects are moved on to other creators. And it's really silly because there's a lot of like cryptids even nowadays. Like you can like, a lot of ideas and stories for cryptids, like Bigfoot. Well, maybe not Bigfoot's probably like the wrong example, but there are a lot of cryptids that you can trace a lot of inspiration for them all the way back to Abrahamic or Mesopotamian mythologies, and it's really cool. Again,
so this
I really do enjoy diving into
the heart of the
theology
ship.
and in mythology and whatnot, because it's
gives
just a
me
very
the creeps
fascinating.
even worse than before.
It's a unique lens into human history in a very, in a very like looking at it from a very unique angle.
More
You can see kind of how human history's kind of evolved and changed things and adapted their storytelling.
Orichalcum.
Anyway, Behemoth. Speaking of. This is all to say, history cool was my favorite subject in school. If I ever go back, and if I had the ability to go back in time, I would definitely try to make my career being a curator for a museum. That would be like my ideal career. If I wasn't a tech junkie and a video editor, that would be I would want to go and be a curator for a museum. Yeah, like Nessie. There's so many things that are inspired by Nessie, and Nessie was inspired by, I mean, there's a variety of creatures that it was inspired by, but I'm trying to think of, like, the actual one that probably was the original inspiration for Nessie, but I don't want to spread false information, so that would be something that I would either need to look up or encourage you guys to. I don't have my thing on him. Honestly, I kind of want to just reset this, but I am stubborn, and I'm going to try and do this without resetting. So I'm going to examine Behemoth first. Unironically, I might do Rejuvenation here now, just so I can get access to the buffs. Or Lux. Actually, no, yeah, I want to do Rejuvenation, just so I can get the BP. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm gonna be weird. Ow! Oh, hey, that's right, you silence. Oh, he's aquatic. He's not a demon. Alright, he's aquatic. That makes sense. Well, I do need to Echo Herbs here. The default here. Oh, right, that technically counts as silence. Of course it does. Of course it does. Echo her. Actually, no. No. 40. Oh, God. Why is she faster? Come on. Oh, it's right, because I found Pirate. Echo Herbs into Love Power and Love Rush. And then I guess we just go Monkey on it. Actually, no, Shell Split, Shin Smash, and we'll end. Ow! We'll just see what our damage is looking like, actually. 2,000, roughly. Could be better. Could be worse, though. Ow. Well, I'm not exactly in the spot I wanted to be in, or thought I would be in at this point in time. However, I'm not too frightened. So Tiz does go before Edea, so let's assume that the Behemoth let's assume he's gonna go last. Probably won't, but we're gonna assume he's gonna go last. We're gonna heal Ring a Bell. And then we're going to... Well, we're gonna need to heal him twice. Ring a Bell, Tiz is on Freelancer. He's not gonna be able to get much out of this. And then let's Esuna... Actually, I mean, that's not really gonna do... whatever, we'll do it anyways. Esuna, Ring a Bell. Maybe that'll end up saving the run. So actually, no, that's just a waste of a turn. Let's shield twice. Then we have Edea here. We do want to do speed up. Then we want to mix some drugs. So like a high potion and ether. Or Ring a Bell. And then we also want to create a lightning weakness. So Insect Antenna into Fulmin Shard. Actually, he already has a lightning wings. Why am I doing that? I guess we could do one more for you to get Anya's extra PP. Do that. And then we default with Ring a Bell. Why'd she go first? Nah, whatever. Do they have a speed buff on her already? Ah, whatever, it's fine. His physical defense is still lowered. Jeez, he has a lot of health. Gents, ladies and gents, I think this might be an L. I think we might have to come back and just sink all of our special moves into him. I think we might just have to sink all of our special moves into him. But you know, we're gonna try. I could do the ninja strat because everything that this boss has is physical. I could technically just dodge tank this. I could just dodge tank it. But I don't remember if this guy ever braves. I think he does. And I'm going to assume he does. We're going to brave, and we're going to do Cell Split and Shin Smash, just so we can keep the debuff going. Ow. With a shot. Actually, we're just gonna spend this turn re-upping Pandara. And then we'll get Tiz up. Then we need to Love Rush again to increase our speed. Oh, ring a bell, ring a bell, ring a bell. We default here, I think. Ow. I remember that's how I beat this boss in my playthrough, is I just dodge tanked everything. I don't think I'll have the ability to do that here this time. Yeah, I mean, we guess we could do Ikakase into attacks. I mean, that'll increase her hit rate, which is good. Tiz is kind of a sitting duck. I guess we just top himself off. We need to give Edea some time to get some VP. Otherwise, we're not gonna be making much progress here. Okay, that's definitely better damage. Ow. Okay. Done about 40k to him. Not bad. Not great, not bad. Okay. We're gonna spend Tiz's turn grabbing up Ring a Bell and Helium. And then the Behemoth is already pretty active. Let's just default and hope that Edea lives. I think that's the play. That's better. It's better. We do have Rejuvenation. Let's go ahead and use that. I'm gonna just gamble and hope that Tiz goes first.
Let's go!
Let's go! Awesome. Ooh! Ow! Crap. I want to... What I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to I'm gonna Utsusemi here in case the boss decides to get tricky with it. I don't know why I use that terminology. I'm gonna hope that Tiz is fast enough so we can just do that. Edea needs to Echo Herbs herself. I'm not going to waste Esuna just yet. We'll do Love Rush, Love Power, and we'll just do 2 Love Powers. And then Ring a Bell, we want to do Shell Split and Shell Smash. Please! Okay, we got the heals off. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. The Behemoth, the Behemoth is just a species. This Behemoth's real name is Cupcake. Because everyone knows that any dog named Cupcake, you need to just watch out for. Okay, this is the point where I use Phoenix Down and Explosion. No! Speed up! I want to use these buffs! Okay, that's some good damage. There's the dodge, perfect. Okay, we did like 20k right there, perfect. We just do that 3 more times, and we're in the clear. Yeah, cool. That's doable, right? Yeah, totally. Alright. Tiz is slow right now because he died. So we want to re-up our speed buff. And then I think what we do is that's it. And I think we default with Ring a Bell here because we're gonna re-up these debuffs next turn. Ow! I need to do a physical defense up song. I'm getting really lucky with the damage rolls here. Chief Cell makes it party look like toddlers. Yeah. Cupcake and or Princess is usually their name. 4-year-olds are usually their target. Vile. I don't think we sent Tiz to his death here just yet. Unfortunately, I'm also in a situation where that might have to be the case. I have 4 elixirs. Actually, screw this. I'm doing this. Binaria elixir. And now we're gonna gamble on whether or not I go first. I do. Perfect. Hey. I don't like that. She is also silenced. God. Okay. Well, I have 27 remedies. Why am I freaking out? Tiz. Actually, trying to think. I think what we do is we heal with Tiz. This is what Chihuahuas think they look like. This is, outside of the behemoth not having eyes bigger than their head, this is pretty accurate. Rule of JRPGs, always hard items. See, I mean, 27 remedies, they come in handy eventually. What did I have Tiz do again? Let's shield. Well, that means that I'm going to have Ring a Bell do the remedy on Agnes. Dodged! Perfect. Ow! Okay. We get the Thunder Aura off, no problem. I think we send Tiz into the negative here. I want to get the silence off of him so he can actually do as soon as. But then I think he's stuck on healing duty from that point onward. And that'll be like 600,000 healed. Oh, I might have to widen area remedy. I don't have access to singing. I think that's what I might have to end up doing. We'll just full heal here. And then we're just gonna have to widen area remedy, I think. Which that sucks, but whatever. And then Ring a Bell, just default. I hope that he lives, essentially. Just don't target Ring a Bell, thank you. Well, you didn't do what I want you to do. But crap. No dodge tank on Agnes. Okay. He totally targets Agnes this turn, right? He totally targets just Agnes this turn. There's no way that he is going to do an AoE attack or target Ring a Bell this turn. Right? Why'd I do that? Well, that's what I get. Plan B. There's no way he's gonna target Agnes this turn, right? He's going to target Agnes this turn, right? have against my boy? What do you have against him, huh? Target the psycho! Okay, alright, Alright, Idia. We're gonna have some fun here. We're going to cast Elixir. And... I think that's actually it. No, I have to get a speed buff in here, otherwise I am a goner. Let's not do an Elixir. We don't need MP. Let's just do a High Potion. Or, sorry, X Potion. And then we need to do Love Rush. Yes! Yes! That's the right person! Thank you! Now do it again! Do it again! Okay, well, that was not the worst choice. Could have been better. Oh, well, he's definitely not gonna target Tiz, right? He's not gonna target Tiz, right? Right? Okay. Okay, that was a choice. Was kind of hoping for the on yes dodge, but we can hold on to it. We'll be fine. I definitely go first now. I'm gonna have Edea do the healing, because that will top us off. And then I need Ring a Bell to do Shell Split, but we need to go back to Tiz's turn. So healing is covered. The boss is about to get defense down. So what can Tiz do? We've got... I guess we can cleanse the... I should definitely cleanse the poison. I should probably just do Esuna on both Anyas and Ring a Bell, because she's going to need to re-up her Thunder Magic pretty soon. I'll just do that. I think that's the play for right now. I'll blame this turn if I die. Alright, well, it's fine. We know that Ikekase, attack the behemoth. Okay, I'm actually gonna leave Ring a Bell dead this turn. Still can't crit for shit on yes, even when you're not using an axe. Alright, well, 30k left. Not bad. The boss is still slow, which is good. I think Edea went first the last time this happened, so I'm going to assume that she goes first. So I am going to have Tiz heal Edea, single target heal Edea, and then single target heal Ring a Bell. And then I'm going to assume Edea is going first. And get Ring a Bell up, and then buff everyone's speed. Of course it didn't work that way. It's perfectly fine. I'm curious. Well, time to gamble. Oh, hey, I can just do Rejuvenation. Okay. Still don't fully understand how speed works. So it's in this game specifically, it's mainly tied to your agility stat. There are other factors, obviously, but the agility stat is probably the clearest way of understanding how fast you're gonna go. Again, there are other situations, but checking your agility stat is a decent way of figuring out how fast your characters are. And I usually just try to play around that. I'm going to real quick. I'm gonna want Love Rush and Love Power. I'm going to assume he's not going to roar twice in a row. Didn't. Perfect. Tiz, you're on healing duty. Ring a bell, you are on debuff duty. I need you to debuff this man now. Go faster, faster! I need these buffs. Go faster! Wait. Ikikase, attack, attack, attack. Just heal the man, heal the man. Good. It's good damage. I can see it. Crit! Oh, thank you. That's like an 8k total damage on that last hit there. Okay. 11,000 HP. This is doable. This is doable. So, from here, we just play safe again. He's still slowed. We're still speedy. We're gotta go fast, you know? You can kind of feel inconsistent between battles. That mostly, especially if you're messing around with speed, or messing around with your team's gear, things can get a little whack when it comes to speed turns. When it comes to like your team's speed, especially if you're like increasing it by certain percentages, or if one character gets a speed increase for another, or if there's any passives that you're running. There's a lot of like little minor things that people might not immediately recognize. Even as someone who has played this game a lot, I still forget a lot of things when it comes to turn orders. Obviously I've been gambling on things and have been losing because I messed up my turn order. Thankfully, it hasn't been anything significant, but it still is a little annoying. Ooh, the dodge! I probably could kill it next turn. I don't have my speed buffs, but he's still debuffed. This is still doable. I think we send Tiz into the negative just so we can top everyone up, because he's no way is he gonna do roar twice in a row, right? Right? No way! No way is he gonna do roar twice in a row. Okay, send him to hell, Anyas. Send him to hell. We're gonna have Ring a Bell do double damage in case. Send him to hell! Die! Oh, that's definitely not gonna kill him. Oh, it did! Perfect! Woo! Don't even have to see if he's gonna roar twice in a row. Just kill him right there. Problem solved. Scuffed build, didn't matter. Didn't matter. All we have to do is just use all of our resources.
And whose fault is that?
All right.
Okay, to be honest, Ring a Bell's not wrong. That was a close call. I am with Idia there. I'm a little peeved. Okay. We now have Grand Ship.
I wonder what this button does.
We have Grand Ship, which also means I'm assuming we have the new minigames.
Hey, it's taking off.
Oh, stretch. All right. Grand Ship, woo! Who needs a proper build when you can gamble? See, well, that is how I've been winning these fights. 3 teleport stones, I'll take it. Yeah, once I hit chapter 4, which I will go unlock that right now. Oh, so yeah, the Grand Ship's going fast. I mean, this is normal speed right here, and now I can speed up. Yeah, it's going pretty fast. Is the merchant there for extra peak? The merchant is there because we decided Ring a Bell is going to be our capitalist man. And so, which actually, he's on pirate, but thanks to a new item called the Permajob Clothes, we have him permanently looking like a merchant. And that will be part of his final build, so to speak, will be merchant. But the extra money is really nice there too. I actually do have more money on him now that I'm thinking about it. I did not set up very well for that fight, but I did have more money on him, so I did get more cash from the behemoth. I ran his pockets. Okay, there we go. Chapter 4. Legion of Doom time. Skilled people force luck. See, this is why I need to be a professional gambler.
We've just received word that Grand Ship.
Speaking on that, unironically, I was asked a question a few weeks ago that I kind of want to pose to you guys.
You mean to say it has?
I was asked, like, if you were to own and run a sports bar and grill style of restaurant, and you could only pick one sport to house at your restaurant. So, like, for example, your restaurant could only show American football or hockey or baseball.
Where is the wind vessel now?
What would be the sport you would pick? And I had two answers. The first answer was if it was like a traditional, like, standard sport, it would probably be baseball. But if I could pick any sport, I said poker. Make it like a casino style. Because unironically, I find poker to be one of the coolest pastimes or sports to watch.
Your lordship.
And I get weird looks for that, but I'm also someone who enjoys watching golf.
Is an inviolable realm
so
with lofty highlands.
I'm a weird person when it comes to what sports I like to watch and what I don't like to watch.
It is my hope I make much of knowledge.
I'm also of the opinion that I enjoy watching baseball on TV better than in person. Because I just stare at the Jumbotron the entire time when I'm in person at a baseball game anyways, so. Running poker on TV, yeah, see? You get me, DDD. Alright, so let's go ahead and just land here. Oh, right, we have to do the little walk around. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I bring ill tidings.
So, the big thing with golf is, so I took golf classes whenever I was in middle school. Literally, we were my grade was the guinea pig for golf in my school district. We did not have golf as a class available for kids my age until my year. So we were kind of the guinea pigs. Yay, new minigames. So I took a golf class. I was part of the first group to do it. And I enjoyed the act of playing golf, but I mostly enjoyed being basically a caddy. For people who don't know what a caddy is in golf, it's essentially the person who, in like all the movies, stereotypically holds the golf clubs, but their whole thing is studying the field and gaining, and basically giving information to the players on how to actually play the game. And I enjoyed that aspect of golf more than anything else. And watching people play golf, I enjoy, like, pretending like I'm there and trying to study the field. The actual, like, commentary during golf matches is really boring. I just stare at the field the entire time. How do I kill this guy? I want Spell Fencer. Honestly, I could probably just brute force my way through this. I do need to... you know what? I'm not a coward. I'm just gonna save and fight this guy. Screw this. Playing golf is... So, like... Being at a driving range is fun if you make a game out of it. Like, I don't really go to driving ranges for fun. And playing regular golf is just not really something I can do whenever I want. And so honestly, I'm almost never in a mood where I'm like, yeah, I want to play golf today. No, it's more of a, if I see it on, I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to get really into it, because I'm gonna just stare at the golf course the entire time. And my interest in pastimes and sports is, I just got murdered, is very, 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 very weird. This guy's faster than me. I don't like that. I'm gonna do a gamble and assume he did it again. He did it 3 times. Well, all right. Guys, we didn't make it to Eternia. Plan B. I'll catch you guys at Caldisla. We're gonna play my favorite game. It's called Farming for Special Moves. Okay. I'm gonna play my favorite game. He is not something that I can kill. I think he's technically considered humanoid. I don't think Ice Golem is a beast, so I'm kind of just stuck there. I want hack and slash. So I'm going to... Yeah, he's inorganic, yeah, so I can't really do much to him. That's fine. We'll live. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna de-equip one of these bad boys. Myself on like a flame tongue here, so I can get 2 special moves with Anyes. And then we are going to... Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. The golem's in a... Okay. X. Could do Pedal Swirl. It's what we call a Mega 10 moment. I am reacting to this exactly the way I would in Mega 10, which is, I got my ass beat. Go grind. Even though technically I'm not really grinding, I'm just prepping, but it'd be at this point in time where I go and hang out in the Velvet Room or the Veil of not Veil of Shadows, the EST5 area. I just sit there for 3 hours staring at demons and personas and be like, all right, well, I'm gonna fix this. Hey, buddy. You having fun there holding those 2 items together like that? Yeah, I'm sure you are. There we go. The Demon Haunt, yeah. Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Thank you, Sophia. I've heard that maybe 400 times. You don't have to keep welcoming me, but I appreciate it all the same. That is something that I hope, now that I'm thinking about it, that is something that I hope the next Persona game does, which is update the Velvet Room music, because as much as I like that piece of music, I've heard it for many games straight now, and I'm getting a little tired of it. I'm getting just a teeny bit tired of it. Alright, so we now go to 400%. I need to do 5 items. I need to do... Honestly, I would like to get the strongest ones. I need to do Braves. I only need to do 10 Braves here, because I only need Hack and Slash. I need to heal 10 times. Heal 20 times, actually. And then that's kill enemies with attack. Is this... What is this? Default 5. That's not hard. Biggest part of Persona 6 is being able to tell the navigator to shut up. I could not agree more. No matter how much I like the navigators, like I like Fuka, I like Mise, I like Futaba, but Jesus Christ, I can only hear bonafide, monafide so many times, or look, an enemy from Fuka or something. I can only hear them so many times. So we need Brave. We'll just default here. Honestly, I have no idea what I want from Persona 6. I'm kind of just in a spot where I'm like, I'll just take what I get. I'll just whatever they hand us, I'll worry about judging it whenever it's in my hands. Hey player, you have fire, so you're stronger than the enemy weak to fire. Thank you. You play as the navigator, never seen any real combat, you just yap your teammates. Instead of you being the silent protagonist, the protagonist that doesn't shut up. That would be good if the game was not probably going to be like 100 to 130 hours long. Because then I would be like, yeah, this is a great bit game. for 20 to 30 hours. No. Persona's like, nah, we're gonna make these games over 100 hours long. And you're never gonna be able to shut up. Okay, so now we're gonna check and see. She should have hack and slash by now. Thank you. So now she's gotta use items. We're just gonna chuck potions. These guys gotta heal 10 times. She's got rejuvenation already, but she needs a Lux. I mean, she doesn't need Lux, but one of them's gonna use Lux, one of them's gonna use rejuvenation. He's got Moon Shadow already. We're just gonna default him here. Actually, no. You've seen the mobile game with the Subway Slammer? I have been playing the mobile game for the past week or so. It's been something. I do not spend money on gachas, so my pacing on that game has not been very much. But yeah, the Subway Slammer is definitely something. Thankfully, I had been following the game. I'd been following Persona 5X since it came out in Korea, I think. And from what I've seen from translations and whatnot, the story does get better. And I'm in the second arc for it, and it's already significantly better than Subway Slammer, but man, are those memes funny. Man, are those memes funny. I love the Subway Slammer. Just for the meme potential alone. I have a friend who has gone all in on that. Like, I saw he posted something to me. Like, people have already made like Roblox games with a Subway Slammer simulator. Like, it's hilarious. I love it. I love it. It's so much fun. It is funny that his actual dialogue is "the subway is mine for the slamming." Ha 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 ha. Such a stupid bit. Oh, there are Sigma edits. Don't worry. They're there. They're there somewhere. I mean, people made fighting game combos using shoulder bash attacks to reference the Subway. See, I saw it on. I saw it on some of my group chats with my friends, but like it's like the Subway Slammer is spreading. Like he is a well-known character, very very well-known character now in circles that I was not expecting to see him in. You know what? It's the Subway Slammer, man. He's just that guy. He's just that guy. I think Infinity is probably the option here. I don't think I really need to get any other dagger moves. But I think I might as well get Cross Divide. Yeah, might as well. I might as well get Cross Divide. I mean, he literally does. He puts his whole body into it. Like, it's impressive. I mean, I was surprised he was able to knock one of the characters over a pretty tall railing onto the train line. Like, that man puts some oomph into it. Like, it's impressive. I would not want to be on the receiving end of that. There's Lux. There's Lux. There's an image of the Wally West pose. Oh, I need to find that. I'm sure I could just type Subway Slammer and it'll probably be one of the first things that shows up. Hang on. Subways. Anyone who has no idea what we're talking about is very lost right now. Yep, there it is. I found the Wally West thing. Oh, it's funny. Vile. Okay, so now we just gotta kill these guys with Ring a Bell. I don't need anything more than maybe Gigaton Swing. So we just do a few more fights. The Ring a Bell killing everything. And then we're good to go. So there is gonna be a little bit of gambling. going on here. You're incredibly lost every time you hear Subway Slammer, think of Sumo Slammer from Ben 10. So, to catch anyone up to speed who's a little lost, so Persona 5 just released a new mobile game here here in the West called Persona 5 Phantom X. And the first main villain of that game is a character that has the title called the Subway Slammer. Basically what he does is that he shoves people in the subway. And it's supposed to be based on an actual, like, problem in Japan. I'm not gonna go too much into that because I'm not very well informed on the topic. I don't want to speak out of my ass. But it's a very real issue in Japan of people essentially physically assaulting people in the subway and kind of getting away with it. And there's the first main villain of the story is based on one of those. And he's based on a very serious subject, but his dialogue in the game is so corny and, like, compared to the starting villain of Persona 5 proper, he is just such a... He's so different. It's so... Like, it's very jarring, and it makes for a lot of memes. It makes for a lot of memes, and so he's kind of been spreading around because he's just such a... They could have actually... They turned what was a really serious topic, at least for people in Japan, into something that you could not help but just laugh at. And so, there you go, Subway Surfer. I saved you watching a Know Your Meme video. I'm sure he has one over that already. But it is a real thing in Japan. I have no idea what it... I guess if you're curious, type in Japan subway pushing, but you'll probably just end up getting memes of the Subway Slammer now. He does it just for the love of the game. What a guy. What a guy. I actually want Maelstrom. Maelstrom is going to do the most for us here. And then we've got Hack and Slash. We've got one of those will work. We got Lux. Okay. Now we're gonna play a game called, we're gonna play a nice little a game of gambling. Because I've gotta hope that I move first here soon. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make sure that one of these goons increases my speed. Wise man once said, let's go gambling. That's exactly what we're gonna be doing. Because, honestly, outside of getting a few more levels, this is the best I got. I'm going to literally throw everything I've got at this man, and it's either gonna work or it's not. Like, I am pulling out all the stops. I've got 6 special moves stockpiled up. Like, this man's either gonna die or I'm gonna die. Yeah, the Subway Slammer feels like a Yakuza side quest villain. Like, that's a pretty good way of showcasing it. But the game tries to make you feel, tries to make it a serious subject, and that's what makes it funny. Okay, so we want Hack and Slash immediately. I want Rejuvenation from Tiz. And I want Lux from Idia. And then I want Grand Strike from Ring a Bell.
I'll give my all.
Okay, we got, obviously, Anya's moves first. He also disappears like a serial killer in a horror movie. Yeah, he just kind of disappears occasionally. Okay, we got extra BP in case someone goes down. Come up. Grand Strike, we get our defense up. Then I'm gonna take off the sword and the wait.
You're fine, right?
Oh, we just bet on Hikari. That's why you do an Octopath 2. Alright, I need to get Anya's up. And then we're gonna sing Love Rush and a Love Power. Okay, hang on. First things first, get rid of Raikiri. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I need that. God! I removed it too early. Oh. God damn it. Myra. Her up! Healer! Okay, please, please, please. Live. Ow, god damn it! Of course everything has to go wrong. I need Anya's up! I need her up so I can heal! Okay, perfect. Cross divide. Default.
Forgive me!
Okay, we keep the buffs going. Perfect. Oi! Use. Either they're all gonna get the speed buff, so they're all. Actually, they're all gonna get the physical defense buff, so they're not. Okay, they all got it. Ninja and getting one shot. Iconic duo. Unfortunately, that is very true. Wait. Myra. Heal. Sword magic into double damage, and then just shin smash. Go! I need the buffs! Do more damage! Kill him! Wait. Alright, do more damage, kill him! Oh, that's not doing anything. Shit. Okay, I'm curious. How close was I actually to killing this guy? Ooh. 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 Okay. To be fair, I screwed up Ring a Bell's special moves. To be fair, I screwed him up. Okay. I'm gonna do a little thing called giving in. I'm gonna try this again. Because I actually do think we have a path to victory here. We are once again gambling, my friends, but this one will work. You wanna know why? So I'm not gonna screw up. Okay. We're going to immediately do Agate Slash to get the defense down. We're going to do Rejuvenation. We're going to do. We're actually going to go faster with Media. We're going to do Lux, and then we're going to do Love Rush, and then 2 Got Your Backs. And then Ring a Bell. We're going to do Petal Swirl. We're not going to do Grand Strike just yet.
I'll give my all.
90% of gamblers fail before their big win. Exactly. See? You got it. This'll work.
No stopping now.
Well, barnacles. At least we'll be fast and beefy. Unless your name's Tiz. Okay, 8K? Alright! Okay, now what we do is we remove the Flame Tongue, put on a second Kunai, we do Cross Divide, and for Ring a Bell, we're going to get Tiz up, because we're going to want the extra BP, and now we're going to do then we're going to remove the Raikiri, and we're going to do Grand Strike.
Do not stand in my way!
Okay, so now we've got a bunch of special moves going crazy. If I had the Limit Breaker, I think this guy actually probably would have died by now. But my damage is still kept at 10k. Get him up. Grand Strike. Hope to God this man does not AoE me. Okay, that's actually not that bad. We then do Fire, and we do Rejuvenation.
Let's go!
We get the extra BP, everyone will be at back up next turn, unless your name's Ring a Bell, and he'll probably still be stopped. Yukase into attack, attack, attack. Heal, I guess? Re-up Got Your Back, and re-up Love Rush. Okay, that's better damage. That's the damage we like to see. 8 crits, easy peasy. Oink. And now we just do one more for you. We have to do it twice. Actually, no, we have to do it this time. Yeah, we have to do that. Wait. And now we just do that again. Right? Oh, well, actually, Tiz got cleansed from stop right there. Crit, 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 crit. Man, and who says gambling doesn't work out? See? And who says gambling doesn't work? Easy peasy. Woo. I need to sit down. It took, you know, everything we had to throw at him, but we got it. We got it. No problems.
I've another report, Lord Marshal.
No problems whatsoever. We were fine. We were fine. That was a strong welcome into Chapter 4. Oh gosh. I have infinite time. Gambling will work eventually. Well, they're not supposed to know that. All right. Okay. First order of business. We go in here. We heal, and now it is time to farm cash. We are now at my favorite point to grab resources. Whoop-de-doo. Okay, so if we want to do this properly, is there anything that I can make an investment in right now that will actually help? Hey, I got the Amigo bot. I'm gonna put that on. I think Ring a Bell's the only last one that needs it. Yep, add the link. Amigo bot, thank you. All right. Is there any weapon or piece of equipment that I can make an investment in right now that could give me a big edge? I would like to grab the Mutsu no Kami right now because that is a big damage boost and I can dual wield it. I can two-hand this. And that would really, really help the money farming because then I could just do Valkyrie spamming. And it's a strong enough katana that I could work on a lot of other jobs. Still haven't found the foxtail? Yeah, I maxed out Narende Village and it was not in there. It was replaced by, I think, the Lordly Robes. I have not found the foxtail at all. So, either it's not in the game, which would be a shame, or it's somewhere else. I have 7 Sleep Blades. I think this is from fighting the guys at Graf Keep. 56,000. I won't need the Ice Brand. I can sell these 2 Scimitars. I will not need the Flare Hatchets. I'll keep the Cross Axe, obviously. Will jump Glaive. Will not need the Hammer Mace. Yeah, will not need the Hammer Mace. I got Ninja, yeah! We're gonna start leveling it up here pretty soon. Okay. This is that's 70k. That's enough to put an investment down on the Mutsu no Kami, which is good. We want that. We definitely want the Mutsu no Kami. Give that to Anyes. You need help putting animals in your planet zoo? Penguins. Penguins. 4 of them, in fact. 4 penguins. Hippo. Species of lemurs or tortoises. I would say penguins. Less. Not tortoises, none of that. Penguins. Prinny 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ooh. Yeah, that could work. Little Prinny dude. Alright, so now what we do is Valkyrie. We've got more money equipped. Now we set it to easy mode for this. Now we have some fun. So the idea here is I want a few job levels. The main thing we're doing here is money farming. We want money. Money is big. We love money here. We want money. I need to put the alarm earrings on. Yeah, see, that'll work. Even without crit, that was pretty good. So, I need to put the alarm earring on. I'll put it on one of our healers here currently because they're not going to need it. Wait, hang on, he's had the alarm earrings on this entire time? Oh, crap. I had that on when we were doing Grab Keep. That would have been really helpful to have checked my equipment whenever I was doing the behemoth fight. And the... yes. I should have checked that. Oh well, it's fine. Also, yeah, so the reason why I've been waiting for this area to farm money is that you get 3,000 P, just in general. But even without Sweeper, you get around 3,000 to 6,000 P. And it's so much higher than anywhere else in the game right now. So much higher. Not checking equipment happens to everyone? Yeah, I just have a bad habit of doing it. The crits do ruin Sweeper, but the benefit is that the P that you get is enough to where you can probably, depending on what you're actually looking to grab, you're not really going to need more than this amount. Now, like, you could definitely improve this by running Black Mage and getting Firaga spam. You would have to go back into town a little bit more often just to heal your MP. But you can run Firaga spam here. Most things here are fairly weak to fire. So that'd probably be it. Same, Xenoblade 2, you had luck boosting equipment using for core curses. I mean, okay. To be fair, having luck boosting equipment on at any point in time is probably actually for the best because there's no gear loadout option in Xenoblade 2. And I had a bad habit of just kind of putting something in there and then forgetting about it. That was me with Ox Cores for a big chunk of that game. Was me just forgetting to update my Ox Cores. And I just kind of set it and forget it, and yeah, it just isn't really magic with MP free in a pinch for money farming. Yeah, there are definitely some magic builds around this point that you can make for money farming, and it'll speed things by. I mean, I'm already about to make back my investment. I'm at 60,000 peak right now. Like I've already almost made back my investment. Waiting for Obliterate is still, in my opinion, probably the best move. I mean, obviously, in my series, I stick around here to grind a little bit, but the best point to actually grind for some serious loot is after you get Conjure and get an Obliterate. I could get a second Mutsu no Kami. That is definitely on my agenda, but I don't think that'll be the immediate next purchase I make. I think what will be next... There's a part of me that actually just kind of wants to go for the Golden Egg, so the money farming goes faster. But I also just think 200,000 peak is probably enough to get me what I want anyways. So I'm kind of racking my brain on whether or not I want to do that. I'm also probably going to turn off EXP gain here pretty soon, so I stop gaining so many levels. I'll probably do that here fairly soon. Maybe whenever I hit 50. Because I don't want to be over-leveled. That's what's made a lot of this so exhilarating, is the fact that I'm essentially dying in one hit. So I don't want to go over that. Agnes is absolutely racking up kills. Thankfully, Ninja is a speedy demon. And so she's just gonna go off. And investing in the Mutsu no Kami is absolutely something I would suggest. Oh, think about trying to get some kills in there. The one time I think he actually outsped Agnes. As soon as you get a blurry, you go to Dimension's Hasp and get everything maxed out. Yeah, Dimension's Hasp is definitely the most profitable in terms of EXP and JP. If you don't have access to Dimension's Hasp, I still think the front of right outside Florum, from Chapter 6 onwards, is probably your best bet. It's usually the place I end up going. I have many memories of countless sleepless nights whenever I was younger, just sitting in my room in the dark, auto-battling in front of Florum until I could go to sleep. It was an interesting time. What was I gonna do? I was gonna turn off EXP. Actually, no, I was gonna wait until we were all level. Bitch. No, Ring-a-Bell has to screw us out of that. Right, go one more time. Also, it is nighttime in-game, but yet... the nighttime music's playing, but it is still daytime. I think the 400% encounter rate has kind of scared the game a little bit. I think it's confused. Okay, so let's go turn off the EXP game. There we go. Ruler enemy sped up the grind. Yes. This is 400% is insane. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, I'm gonna job level 10 on Ninja now. I'm job level 10 on everyone now. I think that, so another thing I want to do is I need to get Red Mage leveled up to level 9 on Ring-a-Bell and Agnes so we can get Revenge. Yeah, I need to do one more job level for Dual Wield. That is 100% true. So I'll keep her on that. I think what we do is we move Ring-a-Bell over to Red Mage, so we start working on that. Oh, sorry, you were talking about Lure Enemy. Oh, yeah, that'll be valuable. He doesn't really matter what he has on. So then Tiz and Edia. So Tiz, he's on Freelancer right now. We're about to get JP up on him. I think I might keep him on. No, he just got JP up. Perfect. Okay, so then let's put him on. Hasten World would be valuable, which I should put that on Ring-a-Bell probably. Actually, would that be best on Tiz? Because that's... Oof. Hasten World is 2 passive slots, correct? Or is it 3? I think it's 2. It's 2? Okay. And it might be best on him. But we'll save that for later. Is there anything I can immediately make use of? Healing Lore. I should probably grab Healing Lore. Yeah, let's do that. I don't think there's anything else that I want. So yeah, let's grab Healing Lore for Tiz. You can put JP up on him and he'll soar through things now. Paralyzed immunity is not going to really matter all that much. JP up on him. He's going to be soaring through job levels now. Edia, she's almost a level 11. Let's work on Performer for her so she just has extra stuff. Since this Performer is going to be her other major job. I want to have access to the other abilities. even if what is immediately available is not going to be too valuable. Is Red Mage really outspeeding Ninja? I'd love to see that many level ups. It's amazing. Oh, there we go. Anyas is showing him up again. Perfect. I want to get one more level on Ninja for Anyas, and then we move her over to probably... what would be valuable for her? Am I gonna go to? Am I gonna get the false ending or go for the straight? I think I'll probably get the false ending because I think there's a reward tied behind it. No, there's not. Wait, no, there is. I know. No, Vestal Guard is true ending, so maybe not. About 135,000 peak. Hang on, real quick. I'm gonna go buy another weapon. Thank you, Bradley. Hopefully I can get the remaining job videos out pretty soon. I've kind of just been sitting on them. False ending does give Vestal Guard, then I'll probably do that as soon as I have it available. I'll probably do the false ending first, just so I have the Vestal Guard accessible. So DDD. So the idea I had for Tiz, if he was going to be Spirit Master, is I will probably either do Healing Lord or Holy One on him. But I want to save room for BP Recovery from Red Mage, which I think is one support slot. Because I'm going to have that, that's going to be a guaranteed slot on everyone, because I'm going to have that be, I'm going to do Poison Esna spamming as my way of gaining BP. And so I'm trying to math out if I could do like Hastened World, and BP Recovery, and Holy One on him. But I can't do that, because I need to have Groupcast All, so then it's Groupcast All, and BP Recovery and something else. So if I want to fit Hastened World, which, honestly, I might not even need Hastened World. To be perfectly honest. Actually, do I just wait? I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna go get the golden egg and just wait. That'll speed us up so much more. That's kind of my thought process, is I'm just trying to math out how I could outfit everything that I want, but Hastened World is probably the least of my priorities. I've never really needed Hastened World to make things work, especially if I have a dedicated BP battery, which is essentially what he would be. Also, I'm going to go and turn it back to daytime. I don't want the demons to show up. I have too many of those in my head already. I don't need them showing up and fighting. So currently, my idea, just to kind of get people in what I'm thinking, the current idea is for Anyas to very likely end up being Vampire Ninja. That way she has access to like Curse and debuffs. She has powerful physical attacks for nearly every element. And then she can also do like Ikikase into just regular attack spam if she really needs to. She also has just high base stats on that job, making it difficult to kill her. And then Tiz is, I'm thinking, Spirit Master Red Mage, not only to do poison BP battery strats, but also so he can make my party immune to Dark if I want to do some like Dark Nebula spamming. Spirit Master is just also really good for shutting down some boss fights. Idea, I was thinking, well, Salvemaker Performer seems to be the idea. She's party buffer, she can apply weaknesses to enemies. Then we got Ring-a-Bell, who would be Dark Knight Merchant. He can do full or low leverage. And then there's Dark Nebula or Black Bane spamming, or Rage spamming. There's a lot of choices for a Dark Knight Merchant, surprisingly. Hasten Roll, low leverage, and dedicated BP battery. I can pretty much do whatever I want. Exactly. However, I think out of that list of abilities, I think Hasten Roll is probably the least important. And so I would rather focus on having a BP battery and low and high leverage. Dark Knight Merchant is too good for overlap. Because I was thinking about it a few weeks ago. I was thinking about like how how would Dark Knight Merchant actually feel? Essentially, it would just be one turn you either do high or low leverage, and then next turn you just either spam Dark Nebula or Rage. And if in the same turn you cast high or low leverage, then if you had your Spearmaster make everyone immune to Dark or absorb Dark, then, I mean, you're pretty good to go. Running Dark Knight Merchant with Bloodblade. That's exactly what I'm thinking my Ring a Bell is going to end up being. I think that's exactly what he's going to end up being. Okay. So, now that Ninja's done, well, done for now on Yes, let's move her over to, I think we'll move her over to Red Mage so we can work on her BP ability. Then Ring a Bell, Dual Wield would be useful, but I don't think I'm gonna need that. I think I'm gonna end up doing two-handed on him anyways. And Knight's already fairly leveled up. It's just split personality Tiz. Honestly, that could work for his story. You would target Time Mage then Spell Fence, or the other way? I would, I think what I ended up doing was I took down Time Mage first. I took down Cammer first. Because you have to defeat both Kint and Cammer. Kint doesn't run away once he hits half health. You have to defeat both of them. And Cammer is the buffer of the two. He can increase their evasion, and he has AoE damage. He's a little bit more obnoxious, and so I usually just go for Camera first. Yeah, he also has Stop. Okay, so should we just put him back to Merchant? I think I need some passives here. We got Pirates, we got Physical Attack 20% up. Watching my job reviews and always chuckle when mention how network features are dead. So yeah, that's something that I've kind of been tempted to go into each of those videos and make like a little adjustments. Oh yeah, Sword Magic Amp. Yeah, I can do that. It's not a bad idea. I've been kind of tempted to like go in and make like a little small like, hey, you can actually do the online features now kind of thing, but I also am of the opinion that most people on the internet, despite popular belief, I think actually can understand that if they're playing on the new release version of this game, that the online features are still a thing. And I'm just going to trust that they just take whatever advice I did actually put on those online-based abilities and use that to their advantage, because I know I did not spend a lot of time on a lot of those abilities. Like, Summoner's video is so short because like a good third of their abilities are tied to the send and summon system, and I was like, you can't do anything with these anymore, so I'm just gonna skip over it. And there's like some videos like that I might make a small adjustment to, be like, hey, you can actually do something with these now. But I haven't gotten around to doing that. Yeah. Sword Magic Amp, Drain Attack up, Bloodblade, yes. Fortunately, Drain Attack up is tied to Vampire, so I can't do that. I can't grab that just yet. But I can grab Sword Magic Amp. That'll be useful. That'll be very, very useful. Okay, I should be close to 200k now. I am definitely at 200k. I'm gonna spend a little bit more time. I'm gonna spend just a little bit more time on farming cash, and then we'll keep going on jobs. Buy equipment. Golden egg. Perfect. I need to check because of the Gale hairpin, because that's not useful here. One big video for job changes. I've been thinking about that. I haven't decided whether or not I want to make like a, hey, here's all the changes. Because outside of the friendship stuff and send and summons, there isn't really any changes. But, you know, I might change my mind here. 6K from that, not bad. Imagine, it's saying how the coolest character in the game is named Lester? Yeah. At least it isn't Eugene. Shout out to all my Eugenes out there. You have simultaneously the funniest and most memeable name in the world. And I love it. I use Eugene for all of my joke characters whenever I need a name. It's just such a good name. Yeah, rip JP. I'm here. I want to grab some more some more money. That's definitely the main priority of this grind here, is mostly for money. Because I don't really want to have to grind cash again anytime soon. Hopefully in the next, I don't know, 10 or 11 fights, I'll have enough to get some stuff that I want. Though honestly, I might just have to go. I'm not going to make this the rest of the day. I do want to go and kill Victor and Victoria, and I'm going to kill the zombie dragon. I'm gonna kill the automaton, but I want to make sure that I actually have stuff to do that with. So that's why I'm farming money here. I need to be able to buy resources. Speaking of, I've got to remember, zombie dragon, I'm just going to raise to death, probably. And then the automaton, I don't remember how I handle the guardian, or whatever it's called. I don't remember how I handle them. I know that they have damage that shows up like every other turn. It's pretty annoying. I'm trying to think, how did I do it like 2 years ago? The problem is I don't remember. I've slept since then. I don't remember what I did. I'm definitely, resources-wise, way more prepared for it than I was in my series. I'm also going to be fighting the hard mode version of it. So I'm probably going to be in a situation where I'm going to have to do the exact same thing I did to that golem, which is chuck a bunch of special moves at it and hope it dies. That'll probably end up being how the fight goes. I also need to update my armor. I think I've been running like Florum gear this entire like chapter and a half. I have not updated my gear in a long time. Okay, this should be enough cash. Probably. 171,000 Peeg. Let's just push it to 200k. I'm nearly there. And if I keep getting these enemies, then I'll definitely be there sooner. And then I'll probably hold off on the job grinding until later. I kind of do want to continue playing the game. So we'll hit 200k, we're gonna buy some stuff, and then we'll move on. Okay. This should be 200k. Yep. Alright. 200,000 Peeg. We'll make this work. Whether I end up being a broke bastard afterwards or not, we'll make it work. Okay. I don't think there's anything too... How expensive is, like, the Lordly Robes? 100,000 Peeg. Oh, okay. Where's mine by 10? Not bad. No. Not worth it. I could spend all my cash on the Bravo Bikini. No, not gonna do that. A second Mutsuno Kami would be so funny. Ah, screw it, why not? Alright, there we go. Anyas is already dual-wielding katanas, and we're at the start of Chapter 4. Okay, so what can I get here? Actually, I want to be on the jobs that I'm going to be actually playing as for these fights. Since I'm probably going to be on Ninja for these encounters. Dark Knight does want the Mutsu no Kami, which is good that I'm grabbing 2 of these. Because there's probably going to be a period of time where there's going to be some overlap. And then Ring a Bell, he has the Flame Tongue, which isn't ideal, but we'll work on it. Yes, I do need to take off the Golden Egg. That is true. You are absolutely correct. I also need to turn back on EXP, because I didn't have it on. Oh, I don't want to leave the menu just yet, game. We'll turn on... We'll bring in back the Hermes Sandals. Not gonna forget about this time. There you go. Everyone has the Hermes Sandals. Perfect. We take off two-handed, put on... Evade 10% up would not be a bad idea, but we want physical defense up. And then, instead of more money, we'll do... Physical attack 20% up. Off easy mode, yes. Turn off easy mode. Okay, now... Tiz, I think I actually just keep him... Oh no, he has healing lore now. He's about to get turned toxic. I don't think that's gonna help me that much. So, what do we do? What do we put him on? Do we put him on... I want something that can actually do a little bit of healing. So let's look at our mind stat. Even though healing lore is very valuable. I think we actually just put him back on Black Mage. I think that's what we do. So we can work further towards Groupcast All. I think we just put him back on Black Mage. And we put on... Instead of JP up and Magic Defense up. Actually, no. We'll keep JP up on. And then we want Healing Lore. There we go. Black-White Magic is valuable. I think I actually want Salve Maker. There we go. And then... Idia... She's about to get Prolonged Support, which is pretty useful. Charm Immunity is decent. I don't think there's much better options. Slow World, eh. I think I'm just gonna keep her on Performer for right now. And then their gear is okay. I think we just need better defenses. And then our boy, Ringabel, I think we might just go get him I mean, I'm gonna need Night Emperors anyways. I might as well grab one. Actually, no, we'll make that the last purchase. I want to see if I can get some armor upgrades. Armor upgrades are higher priority because I already have 2 Mutsu no Kamis. I'm not gonna need any more like major damage upgrades. Okay, so circlets. These are slightly better defense-wise. It is a full-on buff for Idia. So we'll get one for her. I think it might just be a better answer for... Red Cap is still pretty valuable. And then... Adamant Vests... Dang, okay. It's not... It's better for Anyas. I think she loses 100 HP. That's not really that important. Let's grab one for her. And then we also want to grab one for Ringabel since he doesn't have a shield on. Adamant Gauntlets. Why does the Black Mage have the most physical defense? The Blessed Shield definitely helps because it's 23 physical defense. And then... Yeah, I think it's mostly just the Blessed Shield. I think the Blessed Shield is definitely carrying in terms of physical defense. It'd be even better if I had Shield Lord. But I don't. Do I need any magic here? I don't really think so, because I'm not spending MP on that. So let's grab a Night Emperor. that will be valuable for Ring a Bell. Okay, that's a good use of my cash. We save. And now we have to go and talk to Mother Dearest. Which actually, hang on, real fast. I know there's something here. Yep, Arctic Winds. And then maybe there's something. Is it over here? No, it's not. All right, it's in the healing area. Walk inside the keyhole. Don't let Agnes get near her. Unfortunately for her, we are very quickly approaching her location. Thankfully for her,
right this way.
we skipped the cutscene, so nothing bad ever happened.
I am.
See, Agnes is not in this cutscene.
After all,
it's okay. Agnes never interacted with her.
The white magic cables extend to that medical tower as well.
We just skipped the part where Idia's mom is a little confused why why Idia's dressed up like a pop star. Always skip. It's fine. Nothing bad ever happened to Idia's mother. I'm glad I remembered that. Okay. Time for my favorite part of this game. It's called gambling. Alright. Which one do we do first? Do we do the Guardian first, or do we do the Zombie Dragon? I'll let you guys decide. Which one are we doing first? Zombie Dragon, Durgan. Seeing a little bit of Durgans. I'm gonna start making my way there. Dragon. She had frame advantage and command grab. Okay, yeah. Idia for no, not Smash Brothers. Let's put Idia in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. I think that'd be a better fit for her. She's the undead. All right, let's go gambling. I have 4 Phoenix Downs. Nice. Thankfully, I have the Sage's Staff. Okay. I have singing on both my main and sub job. One of these 8 is going to work through. You have to do it twice. There's one. Do I see a second one? Oh. Hey! Alright. No problem. No problem. Woo! That one was a... That was a sweaty one right there. That was a sweaty one. Okay, hang on, before I forget. Valve Maker. I was almost about to say Slave Maker. Nope, that's Ring a Bell. Not Idia. Alright, now we save. And time for trial and error. Time for good old trial and error. Because I don't remember what this guy does. At all. I just know that he has, like... There's like, support raining down from the heavens kind of thing. Every now and then. He's very likely weak to thunder. I'm just gonna default here. I'm gonna gamble and hope that I do Love Rush and get my turnout time. I have double sword magic. Of course I do. Of course I do. We'll do Hack and Slash just to... Actually, no. We'll just default with Ring a Bell. I'm liking that we might be faster. Ow! Okay. I'm liking that. It's making me very excited. That's very good healing. Ow. Let's default again. Let's go back to Tiz's turn, actually. Let's heal again. Nope. Okay. It speeds up again. There's the assist attack. Ow! Dang, okay. We're gonna have Tiz heal again. We want to try and get Sage's Staff up so we can get special moves. We're gonna have Idea cast Love Power, probably? And then we'll have Ring-a-Bell do Hack and Slash. I think my special moves are still locked on fire, which is not ideal, but we'll make it work.
Think you're ready?
Oh, well, that still counted. Perfect. Maybe he's actually weak to fire, and I was wrong. I could have sworn he was weak to electric. Oh, cool. Thank you for debuffing yourself. I'm also scared now. I'm just gonna cast Bless Shield. Actually, no, I want to default here, because he gave me an opportunity to not get her here. And then we're gonna do Thunder him, I guess?
Forgive me!
Okay, this will do quite a bit of damage too. Max damage? Not even max damage, okay. Ow! Okay, well, that hurt. Actually, I don't even need... no, I don't need to do that. Default, and then we just attack normally because I don't have any other abilities on him right now. This is gonna hurt, yeah. All reliable. All reliable. Ow. Let's do Love Rush, and one more for you for Anyas. And we'll just go ham on with Ring-a-Bell. Maybe he just dies. Oh. Okay. Ow. Oh, that sucks. Oh, we can just do this. Rejuvenation. Get him up.
Divine Glow!
And we're back in. No problem. Wind Recessors. Bro is trolling. I think we just do regular attacks here. Love Rush. We definitely won't got your back here. Definitely. And I think we just do Love Power and just hope for the best. Yay! Okay, she went first. She got all of her buffs up. I think this guy just dies. Right? Right? Please don't make me a liar. Yes! Okay. That went better. I'm glad I farmed money. Definitely went better. Now the question is, do I try to beat Victor and Victoria without getting Dark Charms to cheese Victoria? Do I just go in there guns blazing? I think I do. I might just try to brute force that fight. Just for the funsies. Because the best thing I can do, if I try that, is to get a bunch of antidotes. Honestly speaking... Is there anything else that I could do? No, not really. Let's go get the Victor Victoria. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And then we can think about it on the way there. I'm gonna go to the right just in case there's an achievement for reaching the graveyard, but I have no real interest in exploring that area. We'll just grab it anyways. I don't think there's really much else for us to do here. And so we're just gonna... I think there's some items that I can grab. Yeah. Ice Charm, pretty valuable. I don't think there's much else that I can snag while I'm here. No. Okay, let's go. Okay. So we have to do the prison escape, which I will turn on. I'm gonna turn on fights for this. We're gonna turn this back over to normal mode. Taking on the asterisk holder boss rush shouldn't be too hard. Well, good luck. Good luck. It's a doozy. On two-handed there. On two-handed there. Here we go. Okay. Turning counters back on like 50%. Oh, and I need to have Valkyrie on. Valkyrie. And do I have the Hermes sandals on everyone? I do. Let's turn on the alarm earring as well. That way I can't get back attacked. Ooh, perfect encounter to get while we're doing this. Boop, boop. Ow. I was hoping for sweeper. I did not get sweeper. Man, I'm almost out of water again already. Wow. This is technically my 4th bottle of water. A lot of water today. Very, very important. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Why?
Hello, you two.
Why did you kill Olivia?
Yeah, that was my kill. She was my kill, not yours. Bratty child. Yes. Stay hydrated. Very, very important. Especially whenever you're yapping to a monitor.
They go?
Victor spoke of getting...
Hydrate or dihydrate. That is a very good term. Okay, so let's get jumped by Lester real quick. Actually, no. We can do Victor and Victoria right now. Come on, I'm not gonna need this then. I forgot that you do Victor and Victoria first before you do the prison. Olivia was she's supposed to be the 5th party slot. Yeah, I don't even know what I would turn Olivia into if she was in this team right now. She's probably the instigator. We want... Honestly, magic defense up might not be a bad idea. We won't need Dungeon Master pretty much at all anymore. Let's do PP recovery, just to punish Victor and Victoria for trying to, I don't know, play the game. And then we can take off the alarm earrings, put on our Hermes sandals. Alright, I'm going to try and do this without any direct prep, because I think it would be funny if I can beat them without any of my actual normal prep that I usually do here. Now, that is going to make them a pain in the ass, especially since I don't have any special moves, I don't think. But, win Rome. Oh, hey, what's going on, Aiden? How you doing?
What?
Look!
Oh, I hear it now. There's the rain.
In other words, you're stalling for time.
No.
It's good to hear,
That
Aiden.
is not my intention. Now, about that
Don't worry, I don't care, Victor. You're about to get your skull caved in, or I'm about to get mine caved in. I don't know. Alright. So, without doing literally any prep, here's the plan. See the little girl right there? I've got a big club. I've got my bulldog named Cupcake. And man, are they angry. Alright. Screw you. Well, that kind of forces my hand a little bit. Not too much. Caveman mode. Exactly. We're gonna go caveman mode. I'm going to test, probably the turn that Anius is about to die, I'm going to test how much damage I'm actually doing. first things first, give her a second one of these bad boys. I wanna gauge just how much damage I am doing, and that'll kind of determine whether or not I'll need to actually do more prep here. Yeah, we'll just default. Ow, okay. Well, screw you guys for attempting to work like a team. I was kind of hoping you would try to poison me and I would make off like a bandit with how many things I have that can punish that, but no! Alright, well, we just default. Next turn is our last for Agnes. Elemental attacks are up. Honestly, what I'll probably end up doing here is I'll do... What can I do with Agnes before she dies next turn? Victor is -1, so I only need to worry about Victoria. What I'll do is I'll do Moonshadow onto Victoria. I will... Less shield Idea. Then, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to compound a weakness. We'll just do it to lightning. We'll just be standard here. Actually, no. I currently have most of my special moves tied to fire. So I should, yeah, I have Phlogistones. There we go. And then Ring a Bell, we'll do Hack and Slash on Victoria. Okay. Hopefully, Idia goes next. Otherwise...
No holding back.
Of course. Of course that's how the turns decide to play out. It's fine. It's fine. Apply the debuff, Firebane, perfect. Idia goes, not Idia. Agnes goes down. We raise her. And then... 57, 56, okay. We will just do all allies. And then we're just going to... You know, we're gonna just do... Fire this turn. Okay, ow. Hey, there we go, the extra BP, perfect. Now let's heal. Let's get a Slove Power going. And then we'll do... Piracy, we're gonna do Shell Split into Victoria, and then a bunch of double damages. Okay, full heal. Nearly max damage. If he would crit, I'd get a lot more mileage out of that. There's poison. It missed the one person I wanted it to hit. Of course it did. Of course it went like that. Inikase, and then Victoria attack. I need a Blessed Shield here. And then we're just gonna attack Victoria. Go, 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 go! Get the buffs, get the buffs! I wanna kill this little girl! And clipped out of contact. Okay, well, I got the BP I wanted. Ow. Okay. Well, I don't have to worry about Victor this turn. That's fine. Tiz is a goner here. So... what we're gonna do is we're gonna get Ring a Bell up. I do have medication. Are we the baddies? In this timeline, absolutely. We are just absolute menaces. Let's keep fire weakness going on Victoria. And then we will... Oh, right, I didn't have a... We can just do Remedy, I guess. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll get Ring a Bell up. I'm then going to... Actually, I'll just heal Ring a Bell. And then we're going to cast soon... Actually, no, we'll do Widen Area. Ether. That way... Actually, no, not either. Widen Area Antidote. That way we can get the BP recovery trigger back up online. And then we're going to do Love Rush... Which, hang on. 54, 56. Ooh. I'm going to pretend as if one of these two is going to go first. So either Ring a Bell's going to get the speed buff, or he won't. Same thing with the magic defense. And then we want Anya's back on the field, so we're gonna do one more for you on her twice. Okay.
Your early years may be tragic indeed.
Okay, Anya's is gonna lock in.
What you've done, you stole the life of a
Anya's is locking in.
Vengeance? I've no interest in the Grand
She's locking in, guys.
Marshals yet, but we do agree on one
I'll try my best to make sure she gets the killing blow.
Orthodoxy. Total and oh.
We're locking in. Hopefully. Otherwise, I mean, Victoria has a chance of just exterminating us. Ha ha ha! Tiz died for that, but it's okay. Tiz died for that W. My boy Tiz. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, my boy. Okay, how do we salvage this? I think we send Idia into the negative here. And then I think we just Bless Shield everyone. Okay, that was just in case somehow Victor went first. It was dark. Ow. I don't like the amps here. Thankfully, Victor's still kind of offline. We can just kind of chill here for a little bit. The unfortunate thing is that I don't have a fire weakness on Victoria, so my damage output won't be the greatest. Fortunately, I don't really have any other better options. Could X Potion, Ring of... Actually, no, I'll X Potion Tiz. I think that's actually probably the best answer here. Oh, cool. Thank you for the extra BP. I'll take it. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to re-up Fyra. We do have Rejuvenation. I definitely want to do that. What I'm going to do, though... Actually, I'll just do this. We're going to Rejuvenation into Widen Area Antidotes. Now we can get BP Recovery back online. And then... we're going to increase our magic defense a little bit more. We're going to speed ourselves up. And then we'll do a Love Power. I don't care who goes first. Because Anya's is doing the damage here. Rejuvenation, that'll get Ring of Bell back up. It'll give us more BP. Thank you. And then we widen area Ether. Not Ether, Antidote. There we go. Don't need to worry about that now. Missed the corpse trigger. I'm going to Thou Default into a compound. Insect Intenda, Phlogiston on Victoria. We're going to Love Power again. We're going to do not Got Your Back. We're going to do Meteor Hearts. And we'll do a Love Rush, just to get everything higher up on the percentages. Fire Bane. Oh, okay, at least that's the amp. Not that big a deal. And now we Ikakase into murdering Victoria. This is definitely going to kill her. Antidote again. And then we'll just... No, we don't want to run. We are in a very good position right now, my friend. Alright, this should kill her. No way she dies. Yeah!
I wish you...
You'll join her soon, buddy. You'll join her soon. It'll be fine. Okay. This is going way better than I thought it would. This is going way better. Oh, we can just keep this going. Thank you. Actually, no, I'm just going to default so we can just keep this going.
Just beginning.
Berserk Victor time. Exactly. Thankfully, there's not really much he can do to us. There's really not much he can do. I'm sorry, my fellow glasses boy, but there's really not much you can do in this situation. I'm sorry. You are... you know what? I'm gonna stop talking, because there's a very good chance that he'll lock in and beat my ass, and that would be hilarious. But I'm going to assume that he won't beat my ass, and that this is not going to age poorly. Fyra... Every time you face Victor, he's hard trolling. Yeah? Unless he's in the refights, the attorney refights later on, Bro trolls hard, I'll be honest. Ooh, 800 damage, my guy. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, more power to you, my guy, but this is not gonna end well for you. Please crit you. Thank you. I like the crits. Woo! Yeah, that's a lot of damage. We just heal Ring a Bell. And we'll just heal we'll just top everyone off. Actually, no, he's the only one that needs healing, so we just end. Fear the clothing stand. Dude, it actually just uses a Korak. It's so much fun. One more for you, for Agnes. Let's do another one. Elemental attacks up. Wow, too bad you're in the negative. And you're still fire weak. Sucks to be you, dude. Sucks to be you.
No holding back.
Man, for all the shit talking I'm doing, this man is holding his ground. He's taking so much to the face. Wow, I'm respecting it. I respect it. This man wants me dead, and he's trying his best, and I feel it. I understand. He is really putting the work in. Too bad for him. I am going to increase my magic defense. And then I'm gonna poke him. His best ain't good enough. Exactly. Ooh, okay. I did not need to do a lot of prep for this fight. I just kind of walked in and murdered them. I think the BP recovery really helped a lot.
I know.
I think BP recovery definitely helped there quite a bit. I'll be perfectly honest. Yay! Okay, so now we've got two new jobs. We got Arcanist and we got Spirit Master. Now, Spirit Master definitely gonna see some use. Not used. He is going to see some use. Arcanist, on the other hand, why not? The biggest benefit of Arcanist is we could make use of poison, but I don't really think we're going to see much use from Arcanist. Unless we decide to do, like, exterminate builds. But I think what we've kind of mapped out already is good enough. And that, unfortunately, means no Arcanist. However, this is very likely going to be Tiz's main job. So that'll be fun. Yay! Alright, Tiz. Can we give Agnes the permanent Arcanist appearance for now? Probably. Let me switch over to Spirit Master real fast. The downside is that that's currently on the perma job outfit's on Ring a Bell currently, and he's not on Merchant, but I could move him over in a bit. Okay. What's Tiz's mind looking like now? 81. Yeah, my boy is a healer. I'm truly unfortunate how many games make status and debuffs incredibly bad, exclusively for the player. Unfortunately, not a lot of video games have found a good middle ground for elements. They're usually unbelievably overpowered or completely useless. It's not only one character at a time, it's tied to the... Hello, Psycho Agnes there. It's tied to the costume you're wearing. And so I only have one of these right now. I could remove it, but currently we want Capitalist Ring a Bell. Olivia would roll over in her grave if Agnes looked like Arcanist. Well, that makes me kind of want to do it a little bit more. Yeah, unfortunately, the pedal coins, at least from what I've seen and what I've done, just to get the encounter rate buffs and one permajob close, it's just a lot of time. That does remind me, I do have new minigames to play, and that might be the last thing I do today. I might call it here on gameplay, and we might go check out the new minigames. I do want to check those out. Ooh, a 5th Hermes sandal that I'm not going to use. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go walk back over to... Eternia and save up and everything. Stillness cheese? I'm actually going to try and avoid that. I mainly want Spirit Master, not only because it has high mind, because it gives me the ability to make myself immune or absorb dark elements. And that will be valuable. Because I plan on using Dark Knight a lot. And if I want to do big explosions for AoE, then I want to be able to not take damage. Stillness will be valuable, but I'm going to try and not use Stillness all that much. Now that might age poorly, but hopefully it doesn't. Unlike Valkyrie, Spirit Master is great besides the broken skill. Yeah, unfortunately, Valkyrie is fairly valuable if you have a lot of BP reductions, but it's not super important. Now, okay. I think this is a good place to stop, gameplay-wise. However, I do want to go to the game corner. And I want to play the new minigames that we unlocked. I'm gonna go grab my mat real fast. Where are you? There you are. Now, I did do a few things regarding this game mode off-screen, in between streams. I did check out hard mode, and I did do a little bit of hard mode for Rhythm Catch and Panic Cruise for the boards I had available, because that was how I farmed currency. Honestly, you guys didn't miss too much. I'll be honest. The hard mode of Panic Cruise is a little neat. But you guys didn't miss too much. All right, let's start with Rhythm Catch. I want to save best for last. So we have done, we've done that of the name, and we have done Onward into the Light. What's the new one? Oh no, no. Why? Oh no. Oh, not loving the crossfire. Okay. Alright. Praline has to haunt me everywhere I go. Let's get this over with. We all get to suffer together. Sit up. Is Bravely Second available here? No. The Hourglass is gone, and there isn't a second remaster either, which is unfortunate. Alright. Alright. Who should be our dancer? Who do we want to see dance? I think we've seen, I don't forget who we've used. I know we've used Tiz. Idea. Alright, well, I'm going with the first option I see. Idea. And then what job should we run? Should we run... I mean, the obvious answer would be performer. But we have options here. And it's not like I'm not gonna see what's going on. This is purely for your entertainment, because I'm gonna be paying attention to the game. All right, performer.
We're ready to go.
All right, Idia. Show us your moves. Okay, hopefully, no, I am on normal mode. You have to do normal mode first. All right, so this won't be too crazy because it's normal mode, and I've gotten used to hard mode. Hopefully this isn't too bad. Oh, hey, it has lyrics in the bottom. That's nice, especially since it's the Japanese dub. Oh, they're singing the song. That's cool. Man, Idia, I didn't know you were bilingual. It's impressive. You gotta know these things whenever you're the Grand Marshal's daughter. I still am not a big fan that the left hand is blue, and because it kind of blends in with the arena, but That's called a skill issue if I miss stuff based on that. I haven't heard the full version of the song in a long time. Of course they would pick this goddamn song for a rhythm game. I should have known. I should not be surprised. Okay, didn't see that one. I wonder if the performer asterisk just comes with a lyric sheet for this song. It's just kind of the normal thing here. After this performance, come backstage for some supplements that are totally not induced with fentanyl. Don't worry, you can trust Adia. She's definitely not a drug dealer. Oh, her manager? Yeah, don't worry about that. It's just ring a bell. He's not. He's only got a few sweatshops. It's not that big of a deal. There we go. There we go. Blended in with the arena again. I was about to get skill issued. I wonder what the fever is for this. Gotta find out. I do want to try out the hard mode of the new stuff, so we'll probably do the hard mode of this immediately after. We can have Ring a Bell dance for that one. And I doubt they have a male singer for whenever the guys sing, so it'll be really funny hearing him stretch his vocal cords a little bit. Man would make an amazing voice actor. Okay, that could have gone better. I think I had like 3 nices. I had to pause the boss rush to watch this peak. Yeah, I guess. Any more pedal tokens? Oh, hey, there's another book. Travel Notes 4. Okay. Alright, I want to try the hard mode. Ring a bell, get in here. No. He's got to perform.
Don't fall for me now.
He's got to be Elvis. He's got to be Elvis. Alright, we're going to try a hard mode. I want to see how it feels. And then we'll move on to the cruise. Yeah, I should have done Pirate because of Bravely Second. God, next time. Whenever I decide to do the expert modes, I'll do Pirate Ring a Bell. Ooh, I moved too early there. Surprised it's not making me move during that segment. All right, I nailed that one. And my left hand too curved in, it's making it a little difficult. There we go, a little better. But I'm playing this at an angle. I'm leaning more towards my right. It makes things a little rough on my left hand. But I make it work. Yo, Ring a Bell got the moves. I knew Ring a Bell would be an idol, like a Japanese idol. He seems that kind of person. Oh, there's a right one over there. Okay. Cheeky bastards. Making me cross my hands there. Alright. Alright, a little more active. I like it. Oh, okay. I don't know why that almost glossed over me. Okay. Alright. A lot of commentary here. I'm kind of surprisingly having to lock in a little bit. Again, I'm not very keen on rhythm games. Outside of like theater rhythm, I'm not very good at these. And a friend who wanted me to play Osu on their computer like one time, and man was I terrible at it. Also didn't help. They're like, hey man, here's this difficulty. It totally isn't the hardest difficulty in the game on this song. You'll do fine. No. Was dropped into the lion's den. Hey. This is where all of human advancement is led up to. It is beautiful. Ring about your tier 3 sub if you continue like this. Honestly, I probably would too. Okay, well at least I didn't get any misses. I got 9 nice, which I'll take. I'll take smoking sexy style. We'll save expert for later. Alright, Panic Cruise. This is the one I've been excited for. This is the one I'm excited for. Subdue the Dragon. Rosa's dragon has made the area surrounding Mount Karka impassable. Subdue it to secure safe passage. Okay. Curious. We are on Grand Ship. Things are a little different. There's a new thing here. This is new. It's on the left. Dragon wants a run back.
What do you think?
So many of them. Cooler.
Thank you.
Leave it to me.
I really, really like this minigame. Genuinely. This is the one I used to farm pedal tokens whenever I was off stream. This is a lot of fun. Oh, I need to go up. Okay, yeah, so we're flying around Eternia. So I'm around. Oh, gotta get the fly swatter.
Thank you.
Right.
What's this thing on the left? This grid. It's a net. Is that like a animal inside that balloon? Total drama moment?
Did you please?
E2. Oh, that's where the slider went. What's the song?
The things I do for you.
Ah, the quaint music during the nice airship ride.
What's the matter?
My boy Ringabel was being worked to the bone whenever we were flying around near Caldisla earlier today. And does this every time as we're flying around. Oh,
Please.
Eisenberg. Off, on. Off, on.
Leave it to me.
Also to the commenter. Sorry, I'm. Let me check here and I'll say their exact name.
Leave it to me.
Sorry if I pronounced this wrong. Garcia, who said I don't like the left mouse control for this game. So I didn't either. because of the way that I'm sitting.
You be
The
careful.
way I solved it, personally, is that I essentially just make my left hand only do the altitude, and I just make my right hand do everything else, even if it isn't ideal.
You can say that again.
The only time it's really mattered is in Expert for the first difficulty that I did,
Please.
where there were so many things happening.
Thank you. Leave it to me.
There's a dragon. Got distracted and I was reading chat instead of steering.
Thanks in advance.
4.
Oh my.
Right.
Alright, I see the dragon over there. Fast travel makes Ringabella play. He plays a WarioWare minigame, otherwise you fail. Man, if I had to play WarioWare every time I was flying, I probably would not want to be the pilot.
We've got company.
Raise the shields. Okay, so are they gonna have a tutorial for this? Hey, buddy. That is the zombie dragon. He's here for the run back. Block with your shields. Default mode. Shield controls in default mode. First, you'll need to defend against enemy attacks. In default mode, the hand cursors will become shield cursors. Move your left and right shields deftly to block incoming attacks. And then I have to block with combined shields to combine them to reflect attacks. You can separate them just by moving apart as the situation demands it. When you see the enemy charging up, a powerful attack is on its way. The only recourse is to reflect it.
We're just beginning.
Oh, it like has it's very sticky. I think I might just keep it together. I think in normal mode, it's probably none of these are probably fast enough to stop me from just standing here reflecting constantly. So I'm just gonna do this.
The crystal's blessing.
Now it's our turn. We can do the cannons. Yes. Wait, no, those are different. Are they? Nope, they're not. Alright, so what's his gimmick? When attacking the dragon, watch for its movements carefully and try to aim for the body. Hitting its wings will count as a nice hit. Nice. Alright. Where's my left hand? Where is it? I don't see it. I kind of need that. Alright, here we go. Get him, lads! Get him! Perfect.
Way to go.
Why don't they just use the airship for every elemental dragon fight? Man, would that be nice. Ability, drive-by shooting. Yeah, we are technically doing a drive-by. I'll take the S rank, that's fine. I'll take the S rank. Alright, and then let's do the hard mode of it real fast, and then that'll probably be the last thing we do for today. Very eventful day. Did a lot more than I thought I would do. Alright, so for people who haven't seen the hard mode of this, it essentially removes the rails, and there's a lot more things you have to consider. There's also like moving wind. There's the actions are more frequent that you have to take care of. And that's essentially it. And also the indicators for where things are turned off. So like the cooler there would normally be highlighted in normal mode, but in hard mode they are not. I have not seen this before. Oh, that's the little thing. Wow. Okay, I had no idea what that thing was. I'd never seen the bird thing there before. I want to use this time to heal then. That did not heal me very much. Oh, I was not doing that. And then 44.
I'm well aware.
Thank you.
The things I do for you.
It is very akin to Link's crossbow training, I feel.
you.
Oh, there's the wind moving us ajar.
Hey, ring a bell.
I blow the whistle 3 times here in a second. Here we go.
You can say that again.
Get back on course, ring a bell. I turn on the heater? Man, both Edie and Anyas just cannot seem to agree on whether they want the thing to be cold or hot.
How can this be?
You be careful now.
It really set my balls to pounding.
Ooh, come on, ring a bell, turn! On, off, off. On, off, off. Down, down, ring a bell, down! We need to go down!
Ring a bell.
You can say that again.
This music is not dire enough for this situation.
What's the matter?
You've no cause for worry.
Cat! Here you go, Cat. You get the pets. You need more? I've never seen this one before. One. There you go.
Right?
You're not supposed to be in this game yet. Go to the second game. No wonder Ring of Bell stops flirting. He has no energy for it. Yeah, I would not be able to do this right now.
We've got company.
Base the shields, lads. Okay, I'm assuming I won't be able to just actively reflect everything here, so we're just gonna...
We're just beginning.
Or not. There we go. I'm just gonna combine. I don't care. I'm just gonna be faster. There we go. See? No problem. Woo! Yeah, I was gonna be like, there's no way it's gonna be in the direct center.
The crystal's blessing.
Alright. Get them cannons out, lads. Ooh, he moves faster.
It's all or nothing.
Damn. Only got like 3 crits there. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. 10 seconds to do this is fine. Get him, gang! Get him! $35. I could have done better there, I think.
Way to go.
That wasn't too bad.
Thank goodness.
Okay, can you guys stop arguing about whether it's cold or hot in the ship now that the dragon said? Thank you. Only A rank? I'll work on that later. Tell this fight here went in a crazy direction. That it did. Yeah, travel notes 5. I'll get travel notes 5 from that in a little bit. Okay. Alright, that was fun. I like that. I've got 16 pedal tokens. I could technically go get another permajob outfit. Technically do that. Actually, I guess we can real quick. Let's go check the rewards that we can get. All right, can't do that just yet. Can't put my Joy-Cons back in. I gotta wait till we're back in the game to do it. Expert sounds insane. From the little bit I did of rhythm, not a rhythm catch, of a Planet Cruise Expert with the Echelot, yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's fun. It's pretty crazy. All right, I'm gonna fast travel over to Florum, and then that'll be probably where we stop for today. I just want to real quick. I want to see what rewards we get. Florum. Do I use the mouse attachment? If you're talking about like the little wrist straps, for the mouse. So yeah, you use the mouse feature from the Switch 2 Joy-Cons. Yeah, you have to use the mouse feature for those mini games. You cannot use a Pro Controller or Switch 1 Joy-Cons. You have to use Switch 2 Joy-Cons for those mini games. Okay. Which honestly, they're pretty good. They feel pretty good. So I'm not against that. Okay, so Limit Break Mark I think should probably be the next thing I do. The plastic slide that goes on the Joy-Cons. So I am using a mouse pad for the Joy-Cons, but I'm not using the little plastic slide. I did that, whatever, 3 weeks ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago? I used the plastic slides. I just didn't do it this time. I instead used this big mouse pad that I have. Excuse me. Alright, so I think we probably just save for the Limit Break Mark. I'll probably have this next time we do another stream. I'll probably just grind for this real fast and grab it. That way we're doing more than 10k whenever we do our special move attacks. And that will definitely speed up some fights. And make getting super greedy even more rewarding. But I think ultimately, that'll be it for me today. This was a lot of fun. Honestly, we're about at the point that I wanted to stop anyways, which is about 5.5 hours in. This was a lot of fun. Hopefully we can get everything I want to do done for Chapter 4 next week. The goal is to finish the Duchy stuff, go beat the Earth Crystal, go grab Vampire, and do a bunch of Chapter 4 grinding, and then we'll go on to Chapter 5, and then I'll probably where I call it next week. But I think that'll be a good 4 or 5 hours next week. And then afterwards, we'll get more minigames, which will be fun. Anyways, I am very hungry. I need to go make dinner. And also assess the rain outside. So I will talk to you guys next week. I will have some more videos coming out in the coming days. And yeah. See how that goes. I'm going to go and wrap up here. Yep. Thank you guys for watching. Same time, same bat channel next week.